maker's drive. It's more than prints, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the makers, for the love he gives. With every design, he shows how to live. Keep your chin up, protect your neck. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter. Hear the call with free Heathen. There's room for us It's free Heathen, breaking the game. For the makers, the dreamers, remember the name. Crew and tribe, we're riding this wave. For every creator who dared to be brave. He's the man with the vision, designs that inspire. Fueling the scene with relentless fire. From the crew to the tribe, he's breaking the mold. Building a legacy that's fierce and bold. Promoting the makers, he's lifting them higher. Every model a spark, every prince desire. He's got the skills, the hustle, the drive. Free Heathen workshop, keeping dreams alive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, they're leading the way. Pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. Breaking the rules, yeah, he's setting the tone. For every designer making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With free Heathen workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With the mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free Heathen leading the way. Pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. It's more than prints, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the makers, for the love he gives. With every design, he shows how to live. All free, they're leading the way. Pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome into my laboratory. Remember to hit that like button. Remember to hit that share button. We're just chatting, hanging out. What are we doing today? We are doing absolutely nothing. It's Wildness Wednesday. We have nothing planned. On the machine right now, I just have a cap for one of the maker chip holders, just in red. So I have purple and red, and then I just have a red and all that good stuff. And then I have no minis to paint. But what I do have to do is I have to load up the machine because I'm going to Sanjay Mortimer Rep Rap Festival in about a week. And what I want to do is, if you guys don't know, Manchester, England, their model, their animal, their spirit bearer, their whatever is a worker bee. They're a trade city apparently, which I think is really amazing, right? So I need to load up, but I have to see if I have in my inventory a built over bot bee. Okay, so I don't. So now I need to go see if I have it from built over bot. And we'll see if he sent one over to me. Because I tend to save files, but is there a text search in? Probably not, right? Goat. Did we end up printing the goat, Bob? I don't know. He doesn't. He doesn't. He tends to not label things correctly. B. So I might have to just reach out to him and say, "Hey, can you send me the B again?" Let me just. I'm gonna dig here because he tends to not label things when he sends them to me. But I was thinking before stream today. I was thinking to myself, how great would it be to give some bees to the lovely people of Manchester? We'll see if that gets his attention. So, if you guys don't know, Built Overbought is this amazing couple. They do fidget designs, and the closest thing that's sort of like them is Cinderwing, and they're amazing at what they do. And I'm actually a huge, huge fan of theirs. So that's like what I'm gonna do, as well as So we had a fail on the Artisan, a fail to extrude on the Artisan with the TPU. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to go back and re-slice the TPU wheel I designed. It's a two-part. It's embedded embedded PLA and and um and what am I talking about? It's embedded PLA into TPU. So we're going to try our shot at that again. Because, we should work through some wheels and do some stuff and whatever. Hello, Rick. Hello, Jupiter. How are you guys doing? Sorry, the slow start today. Um, and then, so there's been a request for a vise. There's been a request to build a BattleBot, but I want to start with the wheels and we'll work our way back in, right? Because we'll do the wheels, then we'll do the frame, then we'll do the top and bottom and all those things, right? And since I'm sort of distracted today, I think um, what I think I'll do is I'll open the Discord. So if you guys are a general creator, someone I know through the channel, you're welcome to come on and help me get inspired to do some design work. Those of you watching the VOD, make sure you like, comment, leave me a comment. What should the comment be? Banana Sunday. So if you're watching the VOD right now and you're having fun, and you're like, oh, that Maker Millwright, he's so lazy, or oh, that Maker Millwright, he's so clever, or if you're just like, oh, dang, it's Maker Millwright. Oh, dang, Maker Millwright would be fine. But no, Banana Split. Put Banana Split in the we're working in that, I'll be honest, we're working in that community engagement. We're trying to grow the channel. So, and if you're watching the VOD right now, do me a favor and just share it. Share it on Twitter. I'm on Twitter. You can tag me on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. You can tag me on Instagram. And let's do things and let's do stuff and have fun. How's it sound? I think it sounds fun. As for you here in chat, it's Wild Wednesday, so I'm looking to you to guide the show today. But I guess the first thing I should do is I should probably work on this Snapmaker thing, right? Of course, speaking of Snapmaker, we should probably put their logo back up. We love you, Snapmaker. I love the Artisan. I wish I could convince more people to like the Snapmaker 2. It's such a cool machine. It really is. And you know what? Just because people don't understand doesn't necessarily mean that they don't need the machine. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's just a me thing. Because I got the Voron going, I'm going to run the bamboo today. But Snapmaker, today's all about you. We love you guys. I got to get a camera. So if anybody also, if you're here, you're watching the VOD or you're here in chat, if you have a recommendation for a camera for the machine, I would love to hear that. Because right now, for months, I've been at a loss of how to put a camera inside the machine. I also have to finish the cabinet. And you might say, but Maker, you've been running it for months and months and months. Why isn't the cabinet finished? The truth is, I have a hard time reaching inside the machine to get the Bowden tubes. Although it's been getting easier lately, the Bowden tubes are way at the back of the machine. And the machine, the case of the machine is like 1 meter long, so like 3 feet long. So you have to reach way, way in the back and reset the Bowden tubes sometimes because they slip. It's because I'm too rough with it, right? But I need to put the back of the cabinet on, put the fan on, and turn the lights on. Which we probably could do today, because I have the manual, I have all the screws, I have everything I need, I think. And if not, right, the only thing that may have grown legs and disappeared is there's a retaining clip that holds all the power cables in place. We may have to design and print one of those. But I have no idea what it looks like. So I remember it looks like a W, but I don't know how big it is and stuff like that. So maybe we'll have to do some searches for some Snapmaker parts. But yeah, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Snapmaker Artisan is the big brother to the Snapmaker 2. Snapmaker 2 is a 3-in-1. Having a 3-in-1 machine is amazing. So I can mill, I can laser, I can extrude. But because it's Snapmaker and they believe in multi-connection, you can get a single extruder, double extruder. There's 4 lasers, I'm pretty sure. If not 4, 3 lasers, and there's 2 mill ends. There's a 50 watt and a 200 watt. I know. So, like, what are you doing, Maker? You're slacking off. I am well aware I'm slacking off, but I cannot tell you how impressed I am with the Artisan. And it's like, people just don't get it. Oh, they're all excited with the U1. I'm like, yeah, the U1's pretty great. It's pretty great. I don't have one, but I've seen it, right? It's pretty great. But the thing is, it's only a 3D printer. Yeah, maybe they'll swap it later for like scribes, or like they'll change the tool heads as an option. I don't know if they can do that, but maybe they'll do that, right? Right now, Snapmaker could just come out and release a scribe, a plotter. They could release anything for the Snapmaker 2 or the Artisan, because remember the Artisan is the big brother, because it's all a quick detach head. It's a truly modular. I don't know. I know. Upsell. I'm sorry, but it's like one of those machines that gets no attention, and it is probably one of the best machines on the market. It's a 3-in-1. I don't know. I'm just amazed by it. Anyway, don't mind me. Let's get back to work. And you might say, oh well, that's my boy. I guess Built Over Bot is paying attention today. I guess I just click the download all? Yeah, okay. But yeah, so we'll be using this to kind of show off. I don't know if you guys don't know, but main sponsor here on the channel is Polymaker. We use this to show off some Polymaker overseas. And there's some exciting news from Polymaker. Did you guys hear? They found a warehouse and sorting facility for Europe. And I'm sure you guys can put one and one together to get two to hear about the upcoming distribution for the UK. And there's a big UK event in about a week. Say a week and a half. I don't know what it is. It's not this weekend, it's the following weekend. And remember, we're on all week, right? I keep forgetting I'm supposed to do a bunch of stuff. I've forgotten to do everything. But yeah, like cuz we're off tomorrow. I might be on Discord just chatting and having fun, right? But we're on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we're busy, right? We're busy for the next 2 weeks because I got to get ready for the show. I got to do all these other things. I got to do my flights. I got to da 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 da. Also, I know that you guys were asking on Discord, Maker, can you please use the gimbal? So I have to prepare for that too. I forget everything. Honestly, I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached. So forgive me and just be patient with me, would you please? So you can see here, this is the voron, right? This is the voron. We're in Orca Slicer. Yep, that's right. Snapmaker Orca Slicer. We're using Snapmaker Orca Slicer to draw in on the voron. But we're not using the voron right now. Now are we? We're gonna use, and I should change the filaments, but I'm not gonna. We're gonna use Polymaker TPU 95. No, 90. TPU 90, so it's a little bit softer. And Polymax PLA, both in teal. So yeah, we're not very smart here. And oddly enough, there is no temp spec for it. It's all Snapmaker stuff. So what I want to do is I'm going to change this out. I don't know if you guys can see this window or not, but so we're going to do the Polymaker. We're going to rename it, right? And then we're going to default the color to teal, which we're making bad life choices, absolutely. And then we're going to do our min temp of 210 and our max temp of 250. But we're going to do our first layer. It was pretty good. It went down pretty good. But we're going to go up to, let's say, 240. And you might say, Maker, that's so hot. It's not. It really isn't because it's just going like wildfire, right? And then we're going to run our temp at, let's say, 230. And it's because we're trying to do fat layer lines. If you guys don't know, you want fat layer lines with TPU. Like fatty layer lines. Not just wide, but tall too. So I'm going to save that. And then we're going to change this to Polymaker TPU. And we're not going to have it as a copy. We're just going to have it as a dual. Why it uses dual? It's because there's two heads. Because you can get an extruder that's a single extrusion head, or you can get an extruder that's dual head, right? So. Let me do the thing. So if you guys are on the Discord, I don't know how to get all the Discord prompts and stuff. Oh, we have a video to watch today too. There we go. So yeah, so the the Creatality filament recycler machine, which just so you guys know, it is actually based off the Make 2, not the Loop. Just by looking at it. I watched part of the video today. You know me, I'm super impatient, right? Okay, so I'm saving my settings. Yep, save, just in case, right? And then, so what I still have this as a white because it lets me differentiate between the two. And I do worry that my pocket is a little too wild on there, but we won't know until we try to print it, right? So that's kind of like the big deal. But we're going to change some settings. So we're going to change this back to displacement. And then we're going to go ridged multifractal. It turns heat up. So filament has a hard time jamming when it's hot, right? Because it's a fluid dynamic polymer, so it turns soft, right? Can't be jammed if it's a liquid, right? That's old Millwright thing. So that's the only thing I was worried about was this here, and I was kind of previously worried about it. So this is all infill. I think we're going a little fast. So let's turn this down to 80. Let's turn this down to 120. And Polymaker be like, no, Maker, you can go fast with TPU. Let me just do the thing. We're gonna do 3 walls. We're doing 10% infill. We're gonna do honeycomb this time because I did find, in my opinion, I found the gyroid was great. But it might be leading to our jamming issue. And then we don't need any. Well, we could do every random we could do optional like solid layers, but that's all like a tuning thing later. We're looking at stuff we could over extrude, we could under extrude, but we're not going to do anything. We're scarfing seam gap. Yep, it's all default on. No ironing, because I don't bother to tune for ironing. Someone was telling what K factor the other day. They were giving me a hard time about my K factor because I never do K factor, and they're like, no, you totally do. But no, I don't. I don't do. I'll be honest, I don't. So we'll slice that up, and then what I have to do is I have to heat the machine up and like purge out any jams. So we're still looking a little weird here. I wish this inner wall, we might be a little thin, but I don't know. I wish this, because we probably go a little thicker in the body, but we'll see, right? Because we might have changed the design, but we'll see, right? And I want to use that extrusion as texture so that my thing goes, right? And then I wish I could paint on. So if anybody knows people over at Orca, I know it's open source, but you know what I'm saying. I wish I could paint on fuzzy layers instead of defaulting to contour. So what I gotta do is take my key out here. We're using honeycomb on the voron, because why not? We're gonna go to controls. See, I need another camera, right? That's just like the... So I'm gonna park the head. One of the first things I always do on my Artisan is park the head. Every time. Every time. And I got the wheel here. I can show it to you guys. It was doing okay, but then it just kept jamming. So I don't know what the deal is. It's not hot enough, probably? That would be my opinion. So then we're going to go here. We're going to 235, heat it up, right? And then, yeah, the other thing we need to do is probably finish assembling the cabinet, which is going to be a nightmare for me because I have to move everything. And then the other thing, once that's all done, we need to find some black. I got gray. I don't know. Maybe I don't have black. Oh, no, I have a little bit of black there. Yeah, black. I did order some, but I wasn't home when it was supposed to show up, so. So we got black, white, and red. I know, that's the color of hornets. Listen, honeybees, we're going to paint them. And then the other thing we need to do is, before I forget, is we have to put a number 4 nozzle on the bamboo. Because, yes, built-over-bought models will work really well with number 2, but I'm trying to make like 10, maybe 8 to 10 honeybees. So we'll be doing that, if that makes any sense to you guys, right? So there's the voron running nicely. You got a nice Polymaker dryer there. Maker, why do you use Polymaker dryers? Because they're modular, they're cheap. They're like $50, I think, with the kit, and they're, yeah. And we do giveaways for Polymaker, so you can get yourself a dryer from time to time. You know? And then, if I lose drive, we'll end up playing Fallout 76, because that's what we always end up doing. I know, slacker, I'm aware. I'm not shrinking anything built over bot. Well, if you think I should, it's up to you. I like the models the way they are, though. I got one here. I got the panda one. If you guys don't know, sometimes if you color select wrong, you end up with something like this. You get a panda honeybee. Yeah, so these are, yeah, so this is just so I remember all this stuff. This is so I remember this is your bin. And then, yeah, so if you guys don't know, I save things. I want to bring built over bought some yeah, I like them at 100%. Me too. So it's like, why would I, like, they're a good size. And if you give them to people, you don't want them to lose them. You want them to have a nice thing, right? Well, I do. I know you can make earrings out of them and keychains and stuff like that, but the truth is that I just like them the way they are. You know, like I just like them the way they are. I don't know if that's like disappointing to people or what, but I think they're great the way they are. So you want to explain to me, Snapmaker, why on Purge you have no issue? Oh, it's because I'm hotter. It's like it's because it was too cold. I guarantee you that's what it was. My lab has always got to be a little hotter than everybody else's. I'll be honest. But let's troubleshoot this wheel out and see how we're doing. And we're not doing whole bed, we're just doing interior zone. And then we're going to switch over the bamboo. But yeah, today's focus is on like working with the artisan. I'll be honest. It's a good machine. I like the volume, but it's the milling that gets me. And it's like everybody's like, I don't get it. I was like, yeah, because you never. Just imagine like something solid that you didn't print. You're like, I want that to be this, and that's what it becomes. We might actually have to do some radioactive bees as well, Bob. Black, black, white, and green. Because I really enjoy that Polymaker neon green. I do, I do, I do. I think it's pretty great. And I think I got enough black here. I do have to go to the mail delivery place and see what filament they dropped. But I'm glad they dropped the Savannah Yellow with me today, so. And they were here early. They're like never early, and they were here early for once. They're normally here at like 5 p.m. or whatever. So they're here at like 9:30 for once. It was pretty cool. And then yeah, so I like the matte Savannah Yellow. So it's like the new. It used to be Polyterra, but it's now called poly Panchroma Matte. Two T's and an E. Not a floor mat, but matte texture. And I really like that. I think that's really great. And then we're just pulling off my favorite color, which happens to be Silk Purple from Polymaker. I like the Sovereign, but I'll be honest, my jam, my jammy jam, happens to be the Silk. It's probably my. I like a bunch of different stuff from them, so it's kind of hard. There's no specific favorite, but I do like. I would love to see like a neon purple. Not a lavender, nothing like that. Like a proper deep purple that was neon. And then we're going to come over here. I still don't know what's wrong with that other hot end. So we're going to come in here. We're going to go settings. We're going to change. What nozzle's in here? Did I put the 4 in here? No, I didn't put the 4 in here. Did I? Have we been painting maker ships with number 4 using a number 2 schedule? I need a new boot as well. That would be amazing if we did that. And then at some point we have to set the voron up because we got to do some new minis. No, that's point two. So I was wrong. I just didn't change it on the machine like I'm supposed to. I'm not sure it makes a difference, to be honest. You'd think, oh, it totally does, but I'm not sure it does. What's that? That's number 4. Yeah, you can see the throat is so much bigger. I still don't know why that old number 2. It might be bent. It's got to be bent. That's got to be the only answer I've got there, right? Is that it's bent. So which is this Bamboo Labs? They don't mark it, so it must be HSS. Or, sorry, not HSS. It's got to be stainless. There we go. Well, are we going to run into the same problem again? I don't think we are. There we go. We had this problem where we couldn't get the number 2 nozzle I originally got with it. We couldn't get it to fit anymore because it wouldn't seat. And I was like, uh-oh. But we're good. So yeah, we're back into the stainless steel nozzle. Perfect. Then we got to go here, go back to here, release this, eject our SD card. And you might say, why do you have to eject your SD card? Because for some reason, because I haven't updated my machine, it does not like loading from wireless anymore. Figure that one out. Right? Like, I don't know. It does the thing and stuff. So. And I'm not gonna go chase. I don't chase that stuff down. If it works, I have a workaround. Remember, I'm one of those guys that loves air gap machines, right? And we're just watching the extruder. That was a weird noise. Oh, it was outside. It wasn't. Yeah, something going on outside. I'm so sorry, Mike. Choking to death here. All right, so then we're gonna go in here. We're gonna prepare. Then we're gonna go look. And it's probably, oh, it's because it's multiple. Let me just grab the thing. Yeah, B. See, he labeled it this time. But I'm going to cheat a little bit more. I'm going to call it Bob B. Because he heard me complaining. And then we just extract to B subfile, just in case. And then we get rid of the original. And then we grab the B subfile. And then magnet holes. And then just regular painted. How badly is this going to screw up my slicer? I'm going to put the slicer up. And should we take a bet on how bad this is going to screw up my slicer? No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, here it goes. Oh, X1 carbon. Yeah, immediately screws up my slicer. So we have an A1. And we don't use generic. We use high temp PLA. And your colors are way out, Bob. Why aren't your colors the exact same as mine all the time, dude? What's that all about? Why you gotta be like that, bro? And then you got the ABS in there just for gigs. I love it. Love it. So there's A1 standard, number 4 strength. Did you do some modifications of this? What are you doing? Gyroid 15%. We don't need no 15%. We need 8%. Not 85, 8%. 2 walls. We here like to embed our filament into the wall. That's just a thing we do. Gyroid, infill combination. Gyroid. Should we? Oh, you know what? Let's be hilarious and do honeycomb. How about we do honeycomb in the B? How's that sound? So all my colors. So 1 is yellow, 2 is white, 3 is black, and 4 is neon green. I don't think it's going to change anything because he did 3 colors. And then, and we do detect thin walls. Just in case, because then it'll make things thicker. I do want to do a base layer. Ooh, Bob, you're not using fancy walls? You're using classic walls? Well, I'm not going to use classy walls. I'm going to use the new fancy walls. And then we're going to do this. And then I guess what do we do? We do 2 models that are purge models? What do we do? So then we got our little purge block in the back there. You guys can see that. Speeds are all pretty normal for bamboo. We need 0 supports. But what we're looking for is we do not want any brims. Have you tried interlocking beams on this? Interlocking beams, the structure located different filament touches. It improves adhesion between filaments, especially when models are printed in different materials. So I don't think I did it last time, so I don't think we need to worry about it. But what I don't want is I want no brim, because brims and fidgets do not get along. So then we're going to take this, we're going to clone this, and we're going to say 9 more. And then maybe we'll clone 2. And we're going to take these 2. And we're going to do this. We're going to flush into infill and flush into object. And we're going to take this one. We're going to do the same. We're going to do here flush into infill. And then flush into object. And then we're going to delete this. Oh, do we have to just take the prime tower off? I forget. Enable prime tower? We don't want prime tower. No prime tower. And then we're going to arrange. Now we know that these 2 have infill flush, right? So we know we're flushing into them. So they might look different, but that's okay because I like infill. Question is when are we going to get a built over bought miniature or like what I have? Arrange and then auto rotate. No. Oh, is it going to change any orientations? I don't know. Nope, none. Arrange. Do we want to take a bet on how long it takes? What is 2 hours per model? We have 22. So, sorry, we have 12. 24 hours? What do you think? Let's slice. Watch that shaft is not the right size. No. But we'll try it out. Yeah, we'll have to make that hole bigger. 7.5 hours. Let's go. Woot woot. Or sorry, 8 hours. Woot woot woot. And maximum use of filament? 110 grams. That's with purge. Muy bueno. So then we don't print because we're not airdropping. We're going to slice, export. Go to our USB drive. Save it here. Thank you for painting them and saved me a lot of time. And your color profiles weren't super out, which is super nice. I just run my stuff hotter. That's just like a thing I do. So that's like, you can disagree, you can agree, I don't care. It is what it is. I think I'm getting a little bit of exhaustion lately. It looks good to me. Hopefully we're not printing them in the wrong colors. If we are, they'll be cool anyway, right? Alright, so we have all three machines going. The TPU is feeding as it should. It is doing TPU-esque things. I think we're going to have to redesign the core of this because for some reason it's not... It doesn't fit. I'll be honest, it just doesn't fit. So, if it don't fit, it don't fit. It is what it is, right? But yeah. So we have a Voron going today. We have a Bamboo A1 going today. And we have a Snapmaker Artisan going today. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool, man. So we'll probably save this project as set. And then we can close the Bamboo Slicer because we don't need it anymore. Bamboo Slicer does not work with Snapmaker. So you must either use Lubin or Snapmaker. I do like... Maybe that's a little too squishy. We'll see. It wasn't... Yeah, it wasn't... Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, you can see where it was like having trouble with the extrusion. So I think it was the pattern we were using, the extrusion pattern. And it was getting all lumpy. Need to talk somebody into doing a TPU. I'll do a TPUB. I'd love to do one. Do a dual color slice for me. And then I'll do it. Although it may not work because I'll have to import it to Orca. So, but yeah, I'll do it. I'd love to do one. Let me do my wheels. I got to do 2 wheels and then test them. They're like, what did we say? They were an hour and 15 or whatever. And then we're here doing this, and oh yeah, we're looking at the machine. That's why. But you guys can't see that for some reason. Why can't you see that? That's weird, right? There you go. Now I can see it. Yeah, I'll do one. I'd gladly do one. You want to do? What do you want to do? TPU and PLA or TPU and PETG or what? It'll be weird because I don't know what I did with my clear TPU. So it'll be like a teal. And we'll have to use interlocking beams to get the two to stick together. So we can do like a PETG. We can do TPU, PLA, TPU ABS, TPU whatever, right? We can try it. What do I care? It'll be fun. You know? It'll be fun. Though I do kind of wish that I had a second Orca Slicer open, because I do kind of want to watch the stats on the Artisan while it runs. But right now we watch everything through Clipper interface for the Voron. And we found a bunch of different new options for the Voron, just so you guys know. So, what are we doing today? Downer Maker, I see you, bruh. I see you. All right, we're going to open up the voice chat. So I'm in voice chat. And you guys can come in. Just let me know when you're here. Send me either a DM through Discord or post something in the YouTube. The more YouTube engagement, the better it is for me. All right, so we're going to look at this video. We're going to look at this video. I'm asking you to hold your judgment. Oh, we got There it is. Well, good morning, boys. Welcome in. Okay, before you say anything, guys, I need you to introduce yourselves, okay? So what you're going to have to do is, I'm just going to double check that people can hear Discord, right? Yeah, I can hear Discord. I got a Discord spike there. So, Down Under Maker, could you please introduce yourself?
I'm just dropping in to let you know that YouTube chat is really broken. Like really broken. So maybe 20% of people's chats will come through. It's across the board.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, if you guys are watching the live, and if it's sucking like super bad, and you think I'm ignoring you, I am not. Can you do me a solid? And if there's anything you want to say, you can put it into the Discord. So again, I'm sorry, I don't control YouTube. I don't think anyone wants me to control YouTube. But yes, a huge thank you to Downer Maker. Thanks, Phil. Love you, dude. And then if you want to stay, you can, Downer Maker. Welcome to. And then Dank, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. How are you doing today?
That 5% of our community that is female, yep. And then Downer Maker, if you could introduce yourself. I know you're being sweet, but you don't have to stay long, but if you could. Alright, so he's got nothing to say. Alright, cool. So, yep, I'm using ChatGPT. I have no problem using ChatGPT. If you don't like ChatGPT, that is okay with me. I use it because it opens up opportunities for me that I wouldn't normally have. Immediately to the K2+. No, thank you. Alright. We need to start off with something that I've had this conversation on other sort of podcasts I've been on. I think we've talked about it here on the channel. I'm going to be very clear with you, and it might disappoint you, but I'm not here to sell you nothing. Well, I guess I kind of am, but it don't matter. Filament recycling machines are not necessarily a scam, but they are not for the average user. If someone in your maker collective, your maker circle, or your maker space has one, that's okay. But you, as an individual, do not need one. And the reason why is you'd have to make something like, what did it work out to? Like 300 reels of recycled material to even pay for just the machine. Not your time, not your electricity, just the machine. And I will point something out to you, because again, Alex from Dad's Garage, Projects in Dad's Garage, excellent man. He's like, hey, you're like probably a 50-50 split with purge and virgin product. Or new product. I don't know. Some people don't like that term. But so just be aware, as an individual, it's different for someone like me. Like I'm a live streamer. I deal with communities, things like that. It's different for me to have one than the average user. So please, from the bottom of my heart, do not think you need one of these machines, okay? And then secondly, we have to follow this guy. And we're going to give him a like just for putting the effort in. Secondly, I create content, so content relative to that, so you can see one. But I really don't think that filament recycling machines are for the end user. I really don't. Now, we can disagree. You guys are welcome to disagree. But in my mind, and I do pay attention, I don't see that as a benefit to you as an end user. So we're going to watch this video.
I kind of agree.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dank.
I think it'd be a perfect fit for setups like what Bob has planned, like Maker House, because he's going to have a high volume of people coming through with who knows what kind of projects, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the other thing that they forget to remind you of, you need to pelletize your material, which means you need to shred the crap out of it. And I mean the crap out of it. Because pellets are normally the end of like the size of this paintbrush. That's it. So you got to shred it really, really well. Which why on CNC Kitchen, if somebody can find me the video, he had a home built extruder, That's why he showed. And that was a small machine. These are a little bit bigger. But just precursor to this, this is, without a doubt, a clone, not of the Loop, but of the Make 2. Now, do I think that's a bad thing? No. Do I think clones are cool? Yes. Do I want the original? Yes. All right. You guys ready to get... Dank, you got anything to say before we jump into this?
No. Thank you.
You don't think so? Okay. We're going to jump into this. I have to mute some things, and I have to give you guys the audio. So give me 2 seconds here. I need to find YouTube music. Properties. But Maker, you're never organized. You're right, I'm not. But Maker, you're never organized. You're right, I'm not. I would rather yes, that's what it would be, Rick. That's what it would be. That would be the setup. Is I would be taking local material. Although even then, I'd be apprehensive because if people, if they gave me a bag of mixed material, it would ruin the extrusion. Just so you know. Because if you give me a bag mixed of like PET-G and PLA, and it's like close to a 50-50 or 60-40 split, it would literally ruin the extrusion. And you wouldn't be able to run it. So it's like one of those things where I'm really, really apprehensive. But would I be interested in it? Yes. Do I want one? Yes. Do I think one would be great for the channel? Yes. So if there's anyone who's seeing this or wants to promote this, you go right ahead. But let's get into this. It's a 15-minute video. Steve makes everything. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate you. Thank you for talking about this. And is that really his print farm? There's no way that's his print farm, right? That's a blue screen, right?
Point where you can take your failed 3D prints, grind them up, and turn them back into brand new filament. Well, that's basically been the promised land of home 3D printing for well over a decade. Because if you 3D print a lot, then you already know what happens. You get bins full of failed prints, old support material, and the ends of spools. In other words, you get a lot of plastic that's just going to get thrown away, and the whole time you keep buying more filament. This is why the idea of closing that loop and turning waste back into usable filament has always been the dream. And now, Creality's stepping into that space with the...
Because 3Devo needs respect. So you guys can make your own... Oh, they're Dutch? I didn't know they were Dutch. Okay. So that's the Filament Maker 2. Just... You can have your opinions, right? I can have my opinions, but look at that. I wish I could zoom in on that. Look at that image, and then look at that image. Just saying. Just saying.
The all-new M1 filament recycling and filament production system. But here's the twist. What I have here is a prototype unit.
Enough said.
Creality
Enough
tells
said,
me
right?
It's the only one in the wild right now. And in a huge shocker, they sent it to me for some reason. So the burning question I have is...
He makes stuff, he's interested, and he has 95,000 followers. I think he has a right to feel like he deserves it.
Is simple. Is Creality finally solving the home filament recycling issue? Or
Thing is pretty clean looking.
Just a really cool idea that's not
It's
quite
clean
ready
until
yet.
you
And
run ABS
the more
through it.
intriguing question I have is,
Ugh.
what else can I do with a Creality M1?
Then it'll smell like
Keep
a
watching to find out.
barfy armpit.
Before we get into what the M1 actually...
So you got off gassing, right? And they do have a fan assembly in there, but they have off gassing, and if you don't know, ASA and ABS are oily. They make your units dirty if you don't know. And by the way, our wheel is going very well. It is not getting all lumpy like this one did. So we'll see. But it's doing pretty good so far. I should have changed that filament though. It's gonna be one color. I'm not gonna know how to check for imperfections. I'm gonna have to change that.
does. It's worth taking time to talk about why a tool like this even matters, especially if you run 3D printers on a regular basis.
He's got a great haircut.
So for starters, filament isn't cheap. And if you run a 3D printing business and it's for prototyping like mine, or you run a print farm and you're selling volume.
If you run a 3D print business that's for prototyping, where have we heard that before? I'm definitely not a print farm. I mean, No.
parts, the material costs stack up pretty quickly. On top of that, we generate a lot of waste, and where I live, the recycling program won't allow me to recycle any 3D printed plastic. So the idea of taking that waste plastic and turning it back into usable filament isn't just a nice idea. It could actually change.
By the way, it's not. I know. Maker, you stop the video. It's not waste. It's byproduct. It's not waste. It's byproduct. Steve did say it's limited to PLA and PG, but Rick, that's a good start. That's a good start. Remember, I love Greengate. I love what Greengate's doing, right? I'm a huge Greengate supporter. Greengate, if you guys don't know, Greengate is a PETG recycler down in the United States. Rick and Barb, so nice people, like so nice, very friendly. They had no idea who I was, but they were excited to meet me anyway. Very, very nice people. Hey, it's true. I'll be honest.
That's cool.
Right? It's cool, right? They were super nice. So I just want to point that out. But I really like recycling material. And if it's PLA and PETG, then it's PLA and PETG. But remember, the Loop is talking about doing ABS, and the Make 2, it talks about doing ABS.
The running costs of a 3D printing business. But this video really isn't about any of that theory. It's about the hardware. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so this Creality M1 prototype that I have here looks pretty simple, but there's a lot going on here in order to make filament properly. My first impression of this M1 is that it's surprisingly self-contained. It's roughly the size of an old tower PC, and it's self-sufficient. It really only needs power. You don't have to have any other cables. So even in this limited prototype form, it can be pulled out of the box and powered on and ready to go in about 5 minutes. Okay, let's have a quick flyover.
I'll be honest, Rick. I am well, look at the Loop after this. I told them, like, because we did a big video on it, I told them, even if it's a piece of junk and it doesn't work right, send me one and I'll help you fix it. I promise. I said, I'm an industrial mechanic. This is what I do. I did this for a large chunk of my life. If it doesn't work great, send it to me and I will help you make it better. Because I thought they were Canadian. Now they're out of the States. I don't know, right? Because the world's changing so fast. Look, yeah, it's fair, Dag, right? Like, maybe they were Canadian, but maybe because the United States said, hey, we want American manufacturing, they moved to the States. I don't know. But what I can say is, again, Loop, if you hear me, I would love one of your machines, even if it doesn't work well. I would gladly help you make it work good. Because I think this is, like I said before, I don't think this is for everyone. But I'm sure there's been lots of comments before in the past. Every time I tease about one of these machines, the tribe goes crazy. And they're like, Maker, I would buy a reel from you. I was like, yeah, but what if it's junk? They're like, we don't care. It's merch. I was like, okay, pump the brakes. It's merch. And they're like, yep, it's merch. So if it don't work good, we don't blame you. You're just doing what you can. I was like, okay, that's fair. I can live with that.
Of the M1.
Heck yeah.
On the top of the case, there's the hopper, and that's where you put raw pellets or recycled filament. And
until I put my vacuum pump on it, I mean, you guys probably don't know what that's for, but anyway, yeah.
You can actually remove that container off the top, and if you look down into the hole there, you'll see
vacuum pump.
And
yeah.
That collects plastic.
The Hoover?
Recycled material.
So like you can use in the vacuum Hoover. The ones I've seen in factories, because I worked in a couple plastic factories, is they'll have like a Gaylord full of pellets, and then they'll have a cyclone, and they'll literally suck from the Gaylord through the cyclone into the hopper for the extruder, right? Because that's all that is. That's a big barrel extruder, right? That's what that screw is. It's a variable pitch extruder. So, well, hopefully it's variable pitch. It should be, but that's always something that could be done later, right? It's not a big deal. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. So you got these I think they're like 750 pound or 800 pound boxes full of pellets, and you just stick a vacuum as the dumbest thing you've ever seen. It's just like a regular vacuum, except it's got a cyclone on top. And you stick a vacuum in, it sucks one, goes through the cyclone so all the heavies fall out of it, and then it blows into the hopper for the big machine. It's so not refined, and yet they've been doing it for what, 60 years? 70 years, something like that.
They made a version 1 and stuck with it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it ain't pretty, but it does the job, man. It ain't fancy, but it does the job.
And pushes it into the heat chamber to melt and mix. At the other end of that chamber is the extruder nozzle.
So it's not a chamber, it's a barrel. So it's a tube with heaters on it or heaters in it. If someone can find me a CNC kitchen video for it, that'd be great. If not, I'll dig for it. His had just like heater rods on the outside, but typically it's a barrel, like a hollow barrel, and it's got caps on either end. There's a screw drive on this side, and there's an extrusion nozzle on this side, and a big screw that sits in the middle. And that has these bands, they're known as band heaters, and they wrap around, and you can actually heat. So you start with a mild heat closest to the infeed, and you go hotter and hotter and hotter until you get the end. That's how it's done in industry. I don't know how it's done in this because I don't have one. But when I looked at the loop, it kind of looked like that. So I don't know. Again, shout out to Loop. Shout out to 3Devo. I love a machine. 3Devo, your machine's very polished. But you have to send me a grinder, and don't send me the same one you sent CNC Kitchen, because I do not have a 240 outlet for a grinder.
Where melted material is pushed
in
the form of
He's in Europe
filament.
too, right?
Now at this stage, that filament is
just plug into 2 outlets.
Any printer can handle.
Yeah. Well,
captured
not
in
wrong.
this provided pull cart, they call it, and dragged around the tensioners in the filament path down to the bottom of the cabinet. Now, I'll note here that the pull cart has a cutter built into it, which can trim the filament down in the bottom in preparation for the winder. But I'm a bit ham-fisted, and I broke that cutter handle on the prototype. So,
and you know when he broke it, he's like, I could totally print a new handle to this. You know that's the first, like, should I talk about this or should I just make another handle? But, you know, it's a prototype, so you can't play with it, right? There's a lot of rules for if you guys don't know for this stuff.
I need to wait for Creality to send me a new one that they're going to have an improved design for. So in my case, I'm just going to use a pair of cutters to cut the filament before I put it into the winder. And winding is the final process for making your own filament. And what all you have to do is take that cut piece of filament you have and shove it into the cone down at the bottom of the cap.
Yeah, it's a Gundam.
Hey Gundam, we're just live on YouTube. We're watching a film and extrusion machine, doing some processing. So if you want to join us on YouTube, you're welcome to. But we're just gonna watch through this. I'm gonna have some comments on it, but I'm really into this sort of thing. So, but I am, for all of you guys watching the VOD, in case you want to see this, we're going to add this to the list under all of my affiliate crap. Go buy my stuff. Go join Tinker Atlas. Enjoy my video with doing my interview with Polymaker. You can find this video so that you guys can see it. This is the, what is this? Cretality. Yeah, Cretality, if you want to like super win me over, I don't need a 3D printer, I need that. Well, a printer would be nice, but I really, really want that. I don't even care if it's junk.
Excellent.
Pardon?
A combo would be excellent.
Yeah, send me a machine and that, but more than anything, I want that. I really, really want that. A printer would be nice. Yeah, we can do a review and run on the channel and stuff. I don't do open box reviews. I do running production reviews, right? You get to know what things are as they work. Just Cretality if you hear me. This goes for all companies. I don't do unboxings. You can get someone else to do that.
Goes to you, Kevin.
Kevin?
Yeah.
All right.
Kevin at Creality, we're talking to you.
Oh, hi. Yeah, Kevin from Cretality. I see you, brother. I see you. This goes to you. But no, all companies, if you want to send me something, one of the things that makes my channel different, and I know the chat already knows this, I know the VOD watchers know this, I don't do open boxes. I might open the box. Well, I guarantee you I'll open the box, be super excited when it shows up, because I always get excited when something new comes to the lab. But we do production. We make stuff and prototype on it. So if you don't want us to break your machine, don't send one. If you're like, break our machine and tell us how to fix it, I'm in. Sign me up. But this is the Cretality. What do they call it? The M1 first look. Yeah, Kevin, we're talking to you, brother. All right, update.
I don't think
Fellow Canadian.
I don't think Creality will send you anything.
Don't trash on Cretality, man. We're watching a Cretality video. There are lots of companies that send me stuff, and there's lots of companies I turn down. But it's just remember, I'm a big Ender 3 guy. I love Ender 3s. So, and I would do a full Ender 3 build again. I've done 2 or 3 of them now, so I just like them. I think they're cool. Anyway, we're gonna jump back into this.
And it will follow a curved path and come out a tube up beside the spool. Now, I tend to use old spools for my bamboo printer, and
I still haven't got
printers
an
need filament to
email.
come off the spool free.
I emailed AnyCubit about the status of my P1.
Yep.
They said they said, well, we're waiting for Kickstarter's response. We're waiting for Kickstarter's response.
Yeah, that's just how
They-
it's gonna be. It's like
They
because you're
said,
buying
"We're
through a
waiting."
secondhand merchant. You're not buying direct. That's why I don't like Kickstarters. Like if this machine goes to Kickstarter, I'm not gonna buy like through Kickstarter. It has to be production model. If they want to send me a prototype or if they want to send me something I can work on, sure. But I'm not gonna. I don't buy through Kickstarter. I have a few things from Kickstarter, but I generally don't like Kickstarter. Big companies like this don't need Kickstarter. They could just release the product. All right, we're gonna jump back into this.
Freely at the end. So rather than poke the filament through some hole in the provided spool, I'm going to just use
tape
a piece
it.
of tape to hold the filament onto the end of the spool for winding.
Yep.
Now, this stage is the most challenging because you need to work pretty quickly to get the filament attached to the spool and start the winding process. It takes a bit of practice, and after a half dozen spools that I've
Unless
created,
they've
I'm still
already
improving.
unless they've
However,
already
once
shipped it and then
winding
didn't
starts,
update the
the
system.
filament
So
will roll onto the
maybe at the
spool
end of
in
this
a
week
very
I'll have a
fast
surprise
and
at my
it
front
actually
door.
is very tight
Oh,
on
my
the spool.
printer!
So at this point, your job is pretty much finished, and all you really need to do now is monitor the filament
Has that
diameter real
happened?
time on the M1 screen and just watch in amazement as your roll of filament is created. So I will point out that I'm only using fresh pellets in this video rather than recycled material. Creality.
Why do you guys think he's using fresh pellets instead of recycled material? I can tell you. Because all of the impurities will not give you a good initial check. So it's like recycled filament will not, unless they're like Greengate or something, right? But recycled material, when I first look at something, is unfair because you could have wildly different heat specs for material. And you might say, oh, it's all PLA. Yeah, but color affects it, density affects it, particulate affects it. It's all a thing, right? So that for sure is something that comes up. Again, this is pretty exciting. Although we'll point out something here in a bit, but again, I don't think this is a typical end user product.
Did tell me that they're still working on the mix between recycled material and actual fresh pellets. You're still going to need some of those for recycled material.
Of course you are.
Stable. Currently, the recommended ratio.
It's almost like I told you guys that too, and everyone's like, no, I just want to run recycled. You're never gonna run straight recycled. You're never gonna happen. It's almost like I told you that.
Is a 50 to 50 blend of recycled material.
Oh, there it is. Alex, Project Dad's Garage. Look what you said, 50-50. Look, it was you who said 50-50. I was like, like 15, and you're like, I don't think so, brah. 50-50. Tastes good, doesn't it, brother?
Virgin PLA pellets, but Creality's ultimate goal here is to support processing of 100% recycled material.
Not possible. I've worked in industrial plastics. Not possible. It just isn't. There's too much diversity in recycled material.
So once you're out of pellets, the extrusion process will stop.
Oh, but side note, an interesting thing is you can add if products you can develop your own product line. So instead of just running straight PLA, you could have some things mixed into it. Like PETG, for example. Because small amounts of PETG can go into PLA and will do other characteristics to it. I don't know if you guys know that or not. It's a chemical engineering thing.
And you can find out how much material you extruded into filament, of course, on screen. But all you really have to do now is cut the filament and pull the spool off the M1, and you have a fully formed spool. In this case, I just use clear pellets, so there's no color here. Now, the speed currently on this prototype is about 650 grams of filament per hour. But the goal, Creality stated to me, was a kilogram. So basically a full roll of filament every hour. Now, the last thing to do is to actually prove that this filament works. So I'll take it over to my H2D and I'll put it in the AMS there.
Did you notice that there was no top dryer on that, though? I keep telling you guys, you gotta dry. You'd have to dry the pellets beforehand. So you gotta find some way to dehydrate them or heat them up. Well, ideally you heat them up because it softens them. But yeah, you want dry, super dry pellets. So it's like normally you want a heater on top, a preheat. But everybody seems to be ignoring that fact, so it's okay. We can figure it out.
And I'll print a benchy, and I won't show you the whole printing of a benchy because you've seen it, and this video is not about printing, it's about filament creation. But I will show you the final benchy here. Now there's a bit of stringing here, and I think that's because my pellets weren't quite dry enough. But
ha! Oh, it tastes good. Anyway,
you'll see in subsequent prints that where I dried it for 5 or 6 hours, it printed a whole lot better than that. Being able to create transparent filament is quite an achievement, really, but the result isn't actually very exciting because it's transparent. Creating filament with color is really where it's at, but this is a place where you're going to move from engineering into art, and that's because color accuracy in the resultant filament can be unpredictable if you aren't careful. You start with the same clear pellets that we did before, and then you add color concentrate, often referred to as master batch.
Yep.
Now, master batch is also in the form of pellets, but mixing in even small amounts will provide a real blast of color. It typically comes in red, blue, and yellow, the primary colors, but also black and white. And you can sometimes find pre-mixed master batch for common colors, which will save you a ton of time. You can mix and blend carefully measured amounts.
We're just doing some printing. We're running some stuff for Smurf. We're doing some prototyping, and we're watching a video from Steve Makes Everything about filament recyclers, which I think is pretty cool.
Into the pellets, and it will be turned into.
So do you have to keep track of the color of filament that you're adding to get your end color?
Yes. So what you would do is, like, if it's 50-50, right, is you would basically take, you'd probably want to color sort as best as you can your filament. So you'd have batch bags of each filament. And if it's 50% like virgin or fresh and 50% recycled, ideally you would keep your recycled one color or a slight blend of two colors, and then you would run it with the new material, because that would end up being your dye. He's talking about dye lots, which is like, or master batches. Those pellets are so concentrated with color that it's very little you need. If you add too much master batch black, it screws up the temperature of the filament. Like, that's how intense that color batching is. So,
okay.
But yeah, you wouldn't just randomly pour a bag in. You'd ideally sort by color. Taking a lot of notes. Yeah, I know a little bit. I worked in a factory for like a year doing maintenance on machines like this. They're not super complicated. It's cool, but it's not very. The company was great, but it's not very taxing. It's not very. You don't have to be crazy smart to do it. And I like the more advanced, more challenging sites. I'm very grateful for the company I worked for. They were a good company. They helped me through my apprenticeship.
Really change the color that can be produced. Now, the overall amount of master batch that goes into the filament will determine the darkness of the color, and then the mix and amounts of master batch will determine the hue. Let me show you.
Yeah.
So I'll first measure out my pellets, the PLA pellets, and I'm going to use 100 grams. I'm not going to make a lot of filament here because who knows what color I'm going to get. Yeah. This is the very first time I'm doing this, so you get to see how I messed this up. Now, I took equal amounts of red and blue, and the total amount of those two is about 5 grams. So we have 100 grams of pellets and 5 grams of master batch. And I'm just going to mix that in, and you can just stir it around. This looks surprisingly sparse, but believe it or not, this will make incredible color.
Yeah.
So I'll pour it into the hopper, and you can see it there. And again, you can see how sparse those colors are. Once I get it up and running here in the filament extruder, you can see how dark that filament is that's coming out. What I was hoping for was a kind of an eggplant color, so dark purple, and what I ended up with was something that was extremely dark purple, almost like chocolate brown.
Yep.
Next, I tried to make a green color, and this one I had a little more success. So I used 3 parts of yellow and 1 part of blue.
Oh, look how good that came out.
When I pulled this through the filament extruder, it came out a surprisingly nice shade of green.
Yeah, it came out
more
good.
like a lime color.
I wouldn't say that's lime, but I would say that's definitely.
And here's some of the batches I made. You can see that.
Yeah, so that's the first one. It's almost brown, right? And then the next one is almost black, but that is definitely purple, and that's green. And that's a nice green. Although, did you notice the color inconsistencies on the reel? Batch coloring. That's why when everyone's like, "Oh, batch coloring is easy," I was like, "Batch coloring is not easy." It's like, "Oh, filament's easy." I'm like, "Filament is not easy."
There's that transparent filament that I made first. Then I made this one that was kind of a coppery color. So that was the same general mix, red and blue, but I used less of it, as I mentioned, the hue and the brightness of the colors. And then finally, that green color. Now, if you want to do something crazy, you can use a lot less of a color. And what you get is something that's translucent. So I made this translucent green. And
his white balance is crazy out on those photos because that's a yellow, and he says it's green. So his white balance is super bad. But that's pretty dang exciting because who doesn't want translucent neon green?
I do.
Yeah, you do.
I want translucent green.
Yeah, you do. All right, let's riggedy roll.
So if you're printing a 3D printing a lime, you get the dark for the outside and the light for the inside. Just to show this, I printed a bunch of squares here, and you can see them how the print.
There's so many cool colors you could make.
Yes, and remember, because that's why I think it would be fun, because like you guys have been very clear. It's like Maker, we're not worried if the filament runs, cool. If it's crappy, cool. But we want like custom weirdness out of your lab, and that's why I would love a machine like this. And yeah, I'm saving filament and whatever, but it's not a big deal, right? Because thank you very much. What did I miss there? Let me just see what it says. Thank you for following. Yeah. So like, I don't know. My world's a little bit different than most people's, but remember, if it'll run PETG and it'll run PLA, there's some other things it can run. Just saying.
Of course, I had a benchy there, and I'll show you that again. So those are some of the experiments I did and some of the results I got. I'm going to do some more of this because it's actually quite enjoyable to see what you get. And I think the importance here is once you get a color you like, you have to write it down because you.
So like that, I don't know if you guys have ever seen that stuff, but there's literally like batching. There's a notebook. Every machine will have a batching notebook, and the chemical engineers have a batching notebook, and they'll have it for each product, not each line, but each product, and then they have a separate book for experimental. Because remember, you always want to get it the same, so you get the same results. But that's manufacturing 101, right?
It's just like cooking.
You need that.
It is just like cooking. Because remember, cooking's just chemistry. That's all it is. It's just like cooking, except you can't eat this stuff. Well,
yeah.
I guess you could eat it, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Mixture to be.
You can try and see what happens.
Right?
Wrapped up here.
Do not eat
Be
filament.
purging a lot.
Pros and cons, but I'll tell you some things I really enjoyed here and some things that I still ran into as a result of this being a prototype. So first of all, this unit is completely standalone and self-contained, so you don't have to have it sitting on a workbench anywhere. You can actually unplug it and put it on a shelf and bring it out when you need it. It doesn't take up space in your regular work area, so that's kind of cool. Now, there were a couple things I ran into here as well. The variation on the filament, the spec for that is supposed to be, I think, 0.05 millimeters of accuracy. I ran into about 0.7, 0.07, 0.08, so it was a little.
That's normal. That has to do with the tension on the extrusion. So that is adjustable. Is that a big deal? No. Will it change your prints? Yes. Is it a big deal? No. For a prototype, is that very good? Yes. That is very, very good. Like 0.08, that's not bad. Remember, the variant is plus or minus 0.05. So plus, you're six, right? Because you count above and below, so it's 6. So it's actually 0.16, right? Instead of 0.1. But is that a big deal? No, because the extruders can handle it. And if they can't, you just turn your heat up. But I'm just saying, if that's the only one in the wild, that's pretty dang good. Let me tell. I'm very impressed.
A little larger than it's supposed to be, and Creality is working on that. I mentioned it to them, and they're going to do some kind of software update.
It all has to do with the tensioning and the feed rate, just so you guys know. That's how it works. That's what all those little clips do. They create tension, which elongates the polymers. And that's what it does. It literally, that's what those are for. That's why they're all spring-loaded, because they create tension and let the material cool. But as it cools, they're trying to stretch it into diameter. And considering that there's no gauge spec on any of this, that's pretty impressive.
There's also going to be some learning curve here. This isn't going to be something you just turn on and magic happens. Particularly getting filament put on the spool properly as it's spewing out of this extruder. To get that in there and either tape down or put through a hole and then turn the winder on. There's a bit of some learning there. I've made about 6 or 7 spools now, and they're starting to get better, but it's not going to happen on the first one. The first one.
So if he's not even at 1 kg yet. If he's doing 100-gram reels, right, and he's done 6 of them, he hasn't even run a full reel yet. The guy is doing incredible for running less. Like, you would think 20, right? Just stop it, try again. Stop it, try again. Stop it, try again, until you get the hang of it. He's learning very quickly. I'm gonna leave him a nice comment after this, just so you guys know.
And I showed you in this video the clear spool was the very first one I did, and the packing on that spool was pretty messy.
Doesn't matter.
Finally, the thing, it's not really a downside, but it's something you need to understand. The changing colors. So if you're going from making red filament to making blue filament, there's a lot of pellets or kind of half melted pellets in the extruder when you change colors. So it will take a fair while to get the color completely transitioned over to the new color. You figure you're going to extrude, I don't know, 12, maybe 15 feet of filament in the extruder.
4 meters? Not a big deal. Not a big deal. But now, for those of you guys who are always like, why can't they do fast swap gradient? Because that's why. And why are the gradient colors the way they are? Because of that. See, now we got a lot to learn, right? These are things I already knew, but these are nice things that he's sharing with the community. I like that. I'm not saying I'm jealous. I might be a touch envious, though.
To get that color transition happen. Now, you can use this as an advantage because what this allows you to do is create gradient filament.
I haven't watched the video, guys. I clipped through it just to see what was like going on. I haven't watched the video. This is me watching it with you guys.
So you can put a little of one color in, start it through the extruder, put some of another color in, and over the span of 8 or 10 feet of filament, that will change color, and it's a very gradual thing. And I can show you a bit because I did it by accident, and I thought it was actually kind of cool when it.
Isn't that wild? He did a good job. So he goes from like an army green into a forest green into a lime.
It happened. So all in all, that one I would say is not really a disadvantage, but it's something you need to understand. So at the beginning of this video, I asked if the Creality M1 actually solves a problem, and the answer is yes. It allows PLA or PETG filament to be created with relative ease, and once recycled filament is supported, This is going to save a ton of money and also help reduce the amount of plastic being dumped into landfills. So it's all good. I also asked what else the M1 could do, and maybe this is something Creality didn't anticipate. If you're doing work for business customers like I do, maybe you have a print farm, the M1 allows you to create any color you want.
Right? Custom colors. I told you guys. Isn't that wonderful? Pretty exciting. And even if they had said to me, hey, it can't do recycled filament yet, I'd be like, shred, 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 pour in, add blank, see what happens. I wouldn't tell them, though. You know me. I tend never to tell the sponsors if I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. There's no videos about that on the internet. Come on now.
And that satisfies business customers who want all of their prints in their official corporate colors, because lots of them do. I run into them all the time.
Hex code coloring will be a challenge with this, but somebody will do it. Somebody will do it. For Master Batch, somebody will lay it out. I guarantee it. It'll be, once these machines start hitting the market, and if you run a print farm doing custom colors for customers, I could see that being valuable. You have to do a fair amount of
put a hex scanner on it.
Yes, sir. And what are they? They're doing RFID chips now. But yep, it's doable. Absolutely. Very exciting.
This is a big one for me, and
hex scanners are pretty easy to do nowadays.
Yep. Well, it's because they can do the calculations. Like they've done it, right? Like they know. Like there's already somebody out there with a list that knows, like, if you add, say, 1 gram of yellow, 2 grams of red, 3 grams of blue, you're going to get X color, right? Like, they've done it. They've done it. And it'd be like per 100 grams or per 1,000 grams, right? They've done it. Like, somebody's done it. And getting, like, closer, like, you could do sample reels, right? You charge them for manufacturing, but you could do sample color reels for people. So it's like, oh, well, you have your script, you know what it is, you label your product, and you give it to them. You say, well, here's the color. What do you think? Or here, I'm going to run, I'll do these colors, and then I'm going to run them, and then you can choose between these 3 colors. Like, it's very, very easy, right? But again, like Dank was saying, that hex code, somebody's done it. Somebody's done it.
One, just for enabling that capability in my business. So if this is something you want to follow or maybe even get your hands on, Creality is planning to bring the M1 to market with a crowdfunding campaign on Indiegogo. And I'll put a link in the description down below so you can check it out and just see where the project is at. Now, I'm genuinely curious if you think that this Creality M1 is going to be useful to you. And I mean, typically, if you have a small business, this would be a perfect application. Would you actually recycle filament at home or in your small business if the process was as simple as it is with this M1? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you're really into shop technology and some of the projects you can build with it, or you got something out of this video, then click the thumbs up and make sure that you're also subscribed so you can see other videos like this one. And with that, I'll wind down. I'll say get out there, make your world.
Yep, that was, you can say, oh, it's greenwashing. Yep, it absolutely is. 100%. Do I care? No. Do I think it would be fun? Yep. Do I want one? Sure. So this is the 3Devo.
Once upon a time, a machine was created by a company called 3Devo. They named it the Filament Maker 1, a bold first step that sparked a revolution in 3D printing. After 8 years of innovation, the world called for a Filament Maker 2, a machine powerful yet still compact, a platform for
Just
research,
arguing with my
but also
cupboard.
What's that?
I'm arguing with my cupboard.
production.
Yeah, I just pulled something and everything fell in. I'm trying to get him.
For the wondrous world of 3D printing. Its revolutionary 3-axis camera system and closed-loop control enable you to turn even the most elite materials into a spool of filament, empowering engineers, innovators, 3D print farms, recycling initiatives, and of course the researchers to shape the future from within their own workspaces. Each machine is crafted with a passion for engineering, a devotion to quality, and a desire to shape the future, one filament at a time. The future of filament making starts now. Are you ready?
So that's the 3D Evo, and this is Make with Loop. Oh, they changed the look of it! They changed the look of the machine. Interesting. Interesting. They made it metal to keep the sound down. I guarantee you that's why. Yeah, they changed the entire look of it. I'm in. I know everyone's like, oh, it's vaporware and it's a year behind. I'm like, it's fine. It's like, to expect like rapid prototyping machines to work like right away is like crazy. But I want one. Yeah, Dan, keep an eye on that Kickstarter for you, or that Indiegogo for me, would you?
Yeah.
Cause yeah, doing reels. Just so you guys know, like a reel for me is not gonna be like $10. It's gonna be like 40 Canadian. Just so you know. Cause if I have to put time into it, and I don't know,
That is like $10.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But like, if I'm gonna quote a price, I'm gonna quote high, and then we can talk about it later. But launching in 2026. Send me one, Loop. Send me one so I can break it. Do me a favor and send me one to break. I beg of you. And Creatality, send me one. Send me one. 3Devo, send me a machine. I think we could have some fun with it. And yes, I would not break your machine intentionally, even if you say it's not meant to run recycled material. I would never do that. I'm gonna totally do that. But yeah, like I'm in. And then I'll give out my hex codes and everything. We'll do product processing and whatever. We're friends with a couple filament companies here on the channel. That I guarantee you they can get me bulk virgin material and master batch. I guarantee you. So, and then not only that, but like, what if we want to make mats? What if we want to do PETG PLA reinforcement? What if we? There's a lot of fun to be had with making stupid stuff. And remember, like, I won't be if I sell filament, it is not because I am selling filament because it's like, oh, this is the best filament. I'm selling it as merch. So I'll have to get some custom reels made. But I'm just saying. So yeah, if you guys, questions, comments, concerns, I saw that Down Under Maker was saying that chat is super busted on YouTube, but it doesn't change the fact that I love you guys. And yeah, I'm in. Sign me up. I'm going to leave him on screen for a minute. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to just leave this for you guys so you can find it. Go take a look at this. Tell me what you think. There's a lot of fun and stupid things we can make. And if they're just like, oh, it just does PETG and it only does PLA, I'm like, that's what you say. And then, of course, it has to do with the. I'd be curious figuring out the variable pitch or the pitch on that screw. If somebody is willing to dig up for me the CNC kitchen video, that would be great. Can someone find me the CNC kitchen? Oh man, I cannot spell today. I'm having a hard time lately.
I can never spell, so don't worry about it.
On the homemade or the DIY extruder. Please.
You should see me when I'm spelling. I'm horrible.
Practice makes perfect. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave you here. I'm gonna mute chat on Discord, and then I will be back soon. But I'm gonna leave you on this screen instead of the video because it doesn't matter. The print just finished, so it's probably pretty boring to look at. So we could put you on the bamboo. I want to put you on the artisan, but it looks like it's doing perfectly good once I turn the heats up. So anyway, I'll be back soon. Go check out this video. Give him a like. Give him a follow. And I love you guys very much. And this has been super fun to watch. Wow, what an exciting show, Dank. That has really, really riled me up. I haven't looked at recycling in a long time, and boy, does it riles me up, man.
It's exciting.
That is legitimately exciting in my world. Imagine that. Then I can literally send my people, like you and other members of the team, filament. And here, have some junk filament, guys. Try this and tell me what you think. Post your makes. Complain about it. I want it. Do it. Do it. Oh. Anyway, we're back, guys. I got Dank in chat with me here. We're chatting. This is so exciting. Again, I get really excited about new technology, like stuff like this. I don't really care about the recycling aspect of it, but I've worked in the recycling industry my whole life, and recycled materials, guys, it's like leaving money on the table. I love recycling. Only because someone's already gone through all that effort to already make the stuff I need, right? Like, I don't... New filament, sure. I'll make new filament. Old film, I'll make old. I don't care. I think it's exciting and fun, and just this has got me riled. I've been sort of like had block lately. We did the new wheel. I know when I say block, that's not, you guys probably laugh at me and you think, oh yeah, sure, you have block. You're putting out four models every 2 weeks or whatever. But I just, yeah, this is. Imagine this. This is exciting. Making stupid filament for no stupid reason. We'll just give it to the team. They can complain about it. And then once the team complains about it enough, I can give it to you guys. And oh, it's so exciting. Oh, it's so exciting. By the way, my name is Maker Millwright. This is the Free Heathen Workshop. Welcome in. And we're talking trash, having fun on a wild Wednesday. This is a wild thing. Do you guys want to look? I'm going to go dig. I'm going to take you guys off the screen. I'll put you on main screen. Dank's still here. If you guys want to talk to him, you can. Dank, if you guys don't know, is a U.S. manufacturer and product designer now too, right? And a painter.
Yeah.
So you guys, Dank, DM me your link and I'll put it in the write-up. And you guys can buy from him if you want. He does is it Etsy store, Dank?
I do.
Yeah, he has
an Etsy store.
So he's gonna give me the link. I'll put it in the write-up. VOD watchers, go check out his stuff. Go take a look. He's a Fallout uber nerd. And we love him for it. You're such a nerd. So I'm waiting on the wheel to be done. We're going to look at it. We got another, looks like 25% to do. With the bees are being the bee's knees right now. They're going very, very well. The Pet G just finished. I can show that to you. It's not that exciting. I already showed this on the stream. The model is released if you guys want to see it. Let me bring up the model. If you guys are looking for a smaller maker tube, maker chip tube, maker coin tube, whatever you want to call it. Maker chips, I guess, is the term nowadays. Let me bring you guys over. I think we're on Maker World with it. Yeah, here it is here. So you guys can get this. And you can get this and download it, like it, try it. Try it out. Tell me what you think. It is based off of the design by Built Over Bot, because we love Built Over Bot here on the channel. We're big fans of his. Him and his missus, they do a very good job on making incredible things. Oh, I got a new badge. Congratulations, I'm a maker. Ooh, I'm a Maker World Guardian. Ooh, boy, I don't think it means anything, but gamifying is a huge thing nowadays. So if you're in the game, let's see, what do we got for downloads? Let me tell you how many downloads I have here over on Maker World. We have an amazing amount of downloads of 824 with 1,100 likes. You guys are too kind. And you guys boost my stuff all the time. 145 boosts? Are you guys out of your mind? I love you guys. So I'm just going to grab Lord Danking. Oops, wrong button. Thank you very much. And go.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Go and check out. I'm just gonna put this in the write-up. You're gonna be down at the bottom with the video. If you don't like that, that's too much. Too bad. So this is a Maker Shop. Take that out. It's not my Maker Shop. Although if you do want my stuff, you can get my stuff from Dank Think Tank. You just have to ask him, and he'll make it for you. First look. Yeah, so that's one of the things. And if you guys want, one of the things that I love about Dank Think Tank is if you guys want custom merch, that's a one-of-a-kind for this channel, or there's several other channels that he supports, he will make it. And
thank you.
Don't thank me, thank you. So ask him, he'll make it for you. And a lot of it doesn't have to go through final approval by me. If you want to do a meme shirt about the channel, you go right ahead. Dank will have a good time. He'll probably laugh his guts out doing it for you, and then once it's done, he'll send me pictures. I guarantee you, and we'll have a good laugh at it too. So I love you guys very much. I hope you guys are excited about this, because I know I am. So Lord Dankington, Sir of the Danksville, Mayor of Dankingtonville. What is the next thing that we should work on today? Again, the maker chip. There is new Gridfinity out for those of you guys who like new Gridfinity. There's a new box out. There's also the slotted version and the non-slotted version if you want. And of course, I have to show because I know everyone will complain if I don't self-promote. Holy smokes, there's a lot of you posting stuff. I like it. You can come over to Thangs and check out my Thangs. There's lots of Thangs. It's also on Thangs. It's everywhere. We're supporting Sanjay Mortimer Rep Rap. And did we do the remix? We posted the remix, didn't we? Ooh, Tinker Atlas. I love Tinker Atlas. Where are we here? I'm gonna go to my profile. I know. There it is there. So it's a remix, everything you need. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And maker chips. I think we're bringing like 100 maker chips to Sanjay Mortimer. So if you could, I was like, and then Woodcraft by Owen's like, you got to, and I was like, and then you were like, you got to. So I am. I'm bringing 100 maker chips or so. And if you guys see me at an event, you can ask for the Maker Millwright chip. There will be some Maker Millwright chips hidden in there. They won't just be FHW. So if you want my specific maker chip, you can ask for that one. If not, you can ask for. If you don't ask, you're gonna get the shop chip, right? So again, huge shout out to all the love and support that you guys are doing. We will be at. I haven't booked the flight yet, but I will be booking the flight for Midwest Rep Rap. So I will be at Midwest Rep Rap in the United States in Goshen, Indiana, June. Is it 13th, 14th, and 15th? I think that's what it is. I should probably go look. Oh, and if you want to meet up for Sanjay Mortimer, all you lovely Europeans, make sure you get on the Discord and post, because we will be doing a meetup the Friday night before Midwest, or sorry, not Midwest, Sanjay Mortimer. And we will be doing probably a meetup. Well, everything at Midwest is a meetup, but there'll be an event the Friday, so we can all hang out, talk trash, and have fun. And remember, always use the toast, right? The toast is the most important. Let me just see what the Sanjay Mortimer. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people confirmed. Yeah, there's nobody confirmed. But we will be in Manchester, and we'll be doing a meetup for dinner on the 6th. So if you guys are interested, come in and I will. You have to ask for them, but I will have worker bots with me. But you have to ask for them because I'm not bringing a whole lot. I'm not. So if you want a worker bot made by me, I'm going to bring a couple of the painted ones. I don't know what I'm doing with those just yet, but yeah, join in and have fun. Remember, leave a comment down below. The keyword today is banana split. Yep. So if you're watching the show and you watch the VOD and you just want to have a little interaction, make sure you put in banana split. Nobody needs to know what it means. They don't need to know. It's a secret. Secret. And we'll go from there. But what are we doing? So we did design. This is what we're working on. We already know that we're going to have to remodify this, but I'd like to get a finished version because this one failed. We should probably change that center filament color to... I have no Polymax white, so we're going to probably do it in Polymax blue, and we'll have the TPU. But it's fun and stretchy and stuff, and we'll see. Because we got to get it so it fits onto the axles of the bot. Because the standardization of the axles, it's a 3 mil axle. But I put a hole in there for 3 mil. It's definitely not 3 mil. So we'll have to put a bigger hole in it. We'll maybe go 4.5 mil, and then we'll see how it fits. Because we can always shim it if we have to, but we want to get to that size, right? But this is the wheel. And I looked at it, and I'm like, man, is it thin. So are we worried about big fat wheels? I don't know about that, but we can definitely take a look at it and sort of work our way through it. And the center hub there is this will be a PLA right here, and then the rest of this will be TPU. And I skeletonized it. Try to keep that weight down, and we'll just see. Because like if we can get them where we like them, once we get a test sizing that we like, we'll switch the ones that are on here. We'll put the bot on the floor and drive it around for some fun. How do you guys sound? What does that sound like? And then this is. I wish there was more. Maybe we can. Let's look at this. Let's just put this into the search and see if he's the only one. 17 hours ago, so he's probably the only one with it. Filament maker. Whoop. You guys want to watch the announcement? This dude definitely needs a haircut, and he definitely needs to dress a little more appropriate, but that's okay. I don't know if I would call it the Holy Grail. I don't think it is. The Holy Grail is a zero waste printer. You guys want to watch the development? Oh yeah, you can see. You guys want to see what the loop used to look like? Let's watch this one. Again, shout out to Loop. Good job trying. You guys are a small development firm. I love it. I just love it. So let's do this. Immediately into an answer, a thing. Did they say they've been around? Easton's been around for 25 years? That's wild.
Loop is the world's first desktop filament maker. It takes old parts, blends them, and extrudes filament, ready for immediate use. Recycle your mountains of valuable plastic leftovers in an easy process that takes less than 30 minutes. Just put the bits in the blender, close the sound shield, blend, pour, and extrude at 0.01 millimeter precision.
Look, did you hear that? They're saying the variance is 0.01 mil. That's pretty small. The Cretality, what was his variant? 8.08, which ends up being it's plus minus, right? So it's like undersize, oversize. So most of the time it'll be oversize because they don't want to make undersize. But this is and then I'll show you what the new loop looks like. But this is
Extruded filament spools itself and can be loaded into a printer for immediate use. Loop is
I love that. By the way, I love that they use an Ultimaker. You guys probably haven't seen many Ultimakers, but I have. They when they came out, went to colleges, a lot of colleges. We had them at the college I went to.
quiet, efficient, durable, and can extrude from 1.75 and 2.85 millimeter.
2.85. Did you guys hear that they want to go to a 3 now? I think it's 3.1. Did you guys hear about that?
That's fat.
They want to go to a new standardization because the heating cycle, you'll still be able to go from like I'd say 2.8 to a 0.4 or 0.2. It's all about the extrusion. But that's the new talk. I can't remember where I saw it, but that's the new talk for sure. They want to go to a new standardization, which I think is okay. Let's do it, right? It's a fat filament though. I agree with Tank. That is a fatty filament. 3 mil diameter. That's a pretty big piece of filament.
Made from aluminum and stainless steel, with durable blades, Loop is made to last and can be used right out of the box. Stop wasting and start making your own filament at home. Loop. Get an exclusive discount by joining our launch list today.
Oh, there it is! There it is! Look at that! The video we wanted. Perfect. We wanted this because when we looked at the loop, we looked at this. We wanted this so bad. So you guys ready for this? Can I go back? Is there a way? Can I? No. Yes, I can. So this is the loop. I just want to see if did Loop put up a new video? You didn't put up a new video, just so you guys know that the loop has changed the way it looks now. It looks like this now. It looks like that. Is a problem? No. Is it cool? Yes. Is it going to be heavier? Yes. The heavy reduces sound, just so you guys know. If you're like, why are things so heavy? It's because it reduces sound. You want heavy machines. Lowers vibration, lowers noise. I know everyone, I want it super lightweight. But trust me, you're into it. We should look at baby belt. Does anyone have a video for the baby belt? I'm going to ask on Discord. Does anyone have a baby belt video you can watch? And then I'm going to tag the designer. He hates it when I do that. I mean, no, don't harass designers. That's rude. Yeah, so Loop hasn't posted their new production video, but that's okay. Am I on? I'm on the VODs, that's why.
Types or just purging poop from multicolor prints.
Are you stirring the pot again?
Me? No, me stir the pot? Never. Me rile people up? Come on. No, yes, totally. That's exactly what we're doing. So CNC Kitchen did this video, like, 2 years ago. So this is just before we get into it, this is a DIY filament extruder. Do I think it's cool? Yes. Do I want to spend, I think it's $700 US to make one, plus like tooling and all the other stuff? I'm not saying no, but I think I'd rather have
I'd rather buy a pallet of filament.
Yeah, right? Yeah, because you remember, you're going to spend $700, and remember, the loop is going to be, I think they're estimating $2,400 US. I know that the Evo make the 3D Evo is like 5,000 US. So it's not cheap. And like I say, it's not for the end user. It just isn't. That's why they're going to things like the Snapmaker made the U1. U1 minimizes waste. And they're going to get really good at minimizing waste, just so you guys know.
Instead of throwing this plastic away and paying for new filament, wouldn't it be great to recycle this waste and make new filament from it? I recently bought a DIY filament extruder kit costing only around 600 bucks to find out how it compares to professional solutions that I used in the past that cost at least 10
Evo.
times as much. Let's find out more. Guten Tag, everybody. I'm Stefan, and welcome to CNC Kitchen. This video is sponsored by KiwiCo. Get 50% off your first.
I like these kits. Just so you guys know ahead of time, I think these kits are cool. They're like entry-level engineering stuff for kids, but as an adult, I would totally still build them. Granted, I'd probably modify them later, but I would totally build one of these kits.
Month by using the link below. Everyone who has a 3D printer will collect significant amount of waste over the time, and at least for me, it always feels wasteful to throw this into the trash, and I think I'm not the...
It's byproduct. You need to start thinking about it as byproduct. It's just how industry is. Any industrial industry, there's always byproduct. There always is. There's nothing you can do about it.
The only one here. Over the last years, I've already shown several attempts of how to recycle this waste into new filament. Yet so far, my machines have either been quite hard to set up and get working reliably, or were so expensive that only businesses can really afford them. But this time, it might be different. A couple of months ago, I stumbled over a German company called Artme that make a DIY filament extruder kit that looked really promising. One big
678 euro. What's that, like $1 million Canadian? Probably pretty close, right?
downside of other DIY solutions is that they often use a big wood drill or auger as a feeding screw for the material, which kind of works but is far from optimal. Artme use a custom machine feeding screw, which doesn't only look
It's got a hard chrome on it. For any of you guys who are wondering, like what's the difference between this and a steel auger bit? It has one. This one doesn't seem to have variable flights. I'd have to measure it to know. But two, it's hard chrome, so stuff doesn't stick to it. Hard chroming is very important. Hard chroming is way thicker than standard chrome. It's expensive too. Cylinders, if you guys have ever seen hydraulic cylinders, they have hard chroming on them.
really pretty, but should also significantly help to feed and extrude especially threaded.
Yeah, that has
3D
variable
prints. And
flights.
the best thing is that the Artme 3D Mark II is, besides some small limitations, basically open source, with the intention of making the machine widely and easily available. You could even build one from scratch and just buy essential custom components like the screw. I ordered a complete kit, and after it had been sitting in my studio for a while, I finally found the time to build and test it out. And just to make it clear, I'm not affiliated with Artme and purchased this machine from my own money. If you appreciate that, please consider leaving a like. Let's look at the basics of such a machine. Very simply spoken, such a plastic extruder is a screw that's driven by a high torque motor that runs inside a heated barrel. The plastic is fed from one end, then gets molten and mixed.
This is a planetary gearbox. More than likely, this is a planetary gearbox with a step down inside. So the shaft comes in, goes through a big gear in the middle, and then there's gears around it, and that provides the high amount of torque that you need to extrude the product. Just so you guys know. And you see here, this is not what I described earlier. These are like heater plugs out of like a standard 3D printer. Well, I guess an old school one nowadays. But this is, instead of being a barrel, which is what you actually want, because then you get uniform heat all the way around, these will be plugs. You'll see as he goes through it. But this was actually a really cool kit. We watched this like 2 years ago.
So it's just an auger bit?
Yeah, so it's, well, technically it's a screw because it has no cutting head on it. And it has variable flights. And you saw, I don't know if you saw that or not, but the flights get thicker as they get closer to the end of the extruder. That's because you need more pressure, right? So they start out big and they drag them in. And then as it drags the material in, it gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And then that's how you get the consistency of no air gapping. Yeah.
And producing filament. The Artme 3D Mark
So you don't get a big blown out blob coming out?
not only that, but you're not getting air pockets, because air pockets would be the death of it, right? Just like a little bubble would be a big problem, right? It causes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we used to have air pockets in product.
Uh-huh.
That used to be a huge
The nozzle
problem.
used to like fart.
Yep, for sure. Because remember, the air, when heated, expands. So it could actually blow the filament apart as it's coming out the extruder. Just like if it's wet, it can blow the filament apart because it boils. And you will hear that on wet filament sometimes. You'll hear like a sizzle, like a steak sizzle, because what's happening is the water is boiling as it comes out of the tip. That's why, I always tell you guys.
Working.
That's how you know. Well, if you go hotter and faster, you're not fighting it, or you go slower and colder, you just got to go a lot slower, right? But you can hear the sizzle. It goes, it's the thing. But this here, would I build one? Yes. Would I ever leave it alone? No. Homemade DIY extruders seem dangerous to me. But that's just a me thing, maybe. Maybe I'm a little paranoid.
Means that you get the individual components but have to assemble and wire everything yourself. It also doesn't come with the plastic parts, so you have to print them yourself. And this is what I did at first. I separated the parts into 3 categories. The first one was general parts that didn't have any significant...
Look at that bamboo right off the bat. I think we need to make one with a Snapmaker. What do you guys think? Dual extrusion? Double color? We do like double colors around here.
Thermal loading, and that I printed from PLA in just 3 fully loaded jobs on my Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon. In separate jobs, I printed...
You guys hear that? X1 Carbon. Big money. We love it, right?
The aesthetic housing parts facing down...
Dang, look at those.
The eye sheet of my
Pretty, right? Like simple CAD, because they can be fancier. They could have, like, embossments and stuff. But it's, for a machine, it's not bad. It's not bad. We need more Art Deco designers, I think. I love Art Deco.
Yep.
3D printers as Art Deco machines would be amazing. I love Art Deco.
One Mini to get a really nice surface finish. The last set of parts are the ones that get a little bit warmer and that I printed from black PETG. All in all, it took me around 50...
I would probably run those parts in PET CF17 or PET Glassfill. Because PET has a higher temperature resistance, so you don't need to go all the way up to ABS, but or nylon, but there is options you can definitely do.
Hours to print all of the pieces using 1.5 spools of filament. Once I was finished with the printing process, I could finally start assembling the extruder. David, who is the designer of the Artme 3D, seriously includes everything in the kit, starting from well-sorted screws to tools, and even includes things like super glue and aluminum foil that we'll need in a bit. The only thing that's missing...
Just so you guys know, there's an excellent company out of the United States called KB3D. They do the same thing. They double check every kit. They're wonderful. They're the ones that provided the Voron 0.2 I have, the FHW Voron 0.2, which was built by an incredible builder on Twitch by the name of Digital Dragon. He's now on YouTube. You should give him a follow.
Due to legal reasons is the 24-volt power supply, which is another $20 on Amazon. The manual is available in many different languages.
Only 24 volt, which means you could run it off solar. Because it's probably not pulling that much power. Yeah. Right? So it's pretty exciting. But that just tells you, like, what to expect in the future, right?
Which is some probably machine translated from German.
Gonna be
the German and the
big.
Pardon?
There's gonna be big groups of people out in the woods 3D printing under solar power.
Yep. Or hydrogen fuel cells. Because the hydrogen fuel cells are coming back.
Yeah, man. I see it.
Me too.
Ones which were super detailed.
Did you see that new battery that China came out with?
The sodium one?
The nuclear one.
No, but those have been around since the 60s.
Well, they made it for they're trying to put it on the open market for civilian.
Yes, please.
They said it's supposed to last 50 years.
Yes, please.
And it's the size of a silver dollar.
Yes, please. Can I stack 40 of them together to get the kind of amperage I need?
It looks like it's shaped like a button cell, so I would assume so.
Yes, please. Sign me up. Batteries that never die? Yes, please. Are we going to return to the age of atomic punk? I hope so. Remember, you guys know I'm like a big nuclear power guy. Solar cells. I'm not a huge fan of wind cells. I don't really know enough about wind technology. I'm a big fan of tidal energy. I love tidal energy. Like the tide, what are they? Pump? I forget what they're called. They're not the panels. The panels didn't work, but they're pumps. So the water comes in, pushes the pump up, the pump comes down. That's what they do. These big, huge, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's so cool. Like so cool. They're building one in the Maritimes here in Canada. It got delayed for no reason, but I'm excited. Yeah, nuclear batteries. Yeah, put them together. Do it. Let's do it. Bigger the better. Have big power plants. You guys ever heard of slowpoke energy? Nuclear energy.
It's better than just burying the stuff.
Burying the stuff's a waste. You already dug it up, processed it, enriched it. Make energy with it. I think energy should be dirt cheap. I think charge them. Charge all the companies that pull big power. But for the average user like you and me, energy should cost us next to nothing to have electricity. And then that should be the whole world. The only way to make the world better is to have more electricity. I'm telling you right now. And you can argue it. You're welcome to disagree. That's fine. But yes please, more power. And I like nuclear energy. Because there's ways to solve it. If you're really worried about it, put it inside a lead box. Oh, I don't know what the thickness you need, but you don't need very much. Put it inside a lead box. Oh, I'm all about it. Nuclear fires? Yeah, okay. Yeah, worried about things burning down? Okay. So don't make watch batteries. Make big ones and regulate it. I'm in. More power to them. China's coming out with all kinds of crazy stuff that you don't see in North America because there's too many people that are not in my backyard. Let them build it. I'm into it. You guys know that China built the sun, right? They built a little plasma ball. The closest thing we've had to that I know of is the one in Kingston. It's a suburb of Toronto. They have a plasma generator, a literal plasma generator that's been around since the 80s. Where's all the, why aren't people making stuff? What's our rule of thumb on here? Isn't our rule of thumb build, build, build? Isn't that one of our main core components of the channel? You guys should be excited.
I smell something fishy.
No, you smell the future, and I'm excited.
Manuals from a Prusa printer kit, only without.
It smells like burnt hair.
Yes, the future definitely smells like burnt hair. It and maybe the what is it? Ozone, ionized air. That's it smells like burnt hair and ionized air. Ionized air. That's if you don't know what I'm talking about, good. If you do know what I'm talking about, you should be giggling.
Several sections, starting with the extruder. Here, I fixed the barrel to the.
Look how small that barrel is, by the way. That is a tiny barrel. I thought you needed a 3-footer, but a 3-footer by a 10-inch or whatever. But they're making them bitty. Oh, I'm down. You guys are gonna like this. I'm sorry, we keep talking about it. It's like a 20-minute video. We're never gonna get through it.
Aluminum extrusion and connected the big and geared down stepper motor to the extruder screw.
By the way, that is not a big motor. That's a bitty motor. That's little kids' motors. And the planetary gearbox? Yes, please.
The ingenious thing here is that the coupler already includes a stir bar that should later help us to evenly feed the very sharp and chunky shredded plastic that otherwise interlock and even stops feeding. After that, the hopper is added, and the heating unit, which looks like a huge 3D printed heater block, gets fixed to the extruder barrel.
Okay, remember how I was telling you guys, like, I don't necessarily like this design? See these C-clamps? Well, there are heater bands that look like giant C-clamps that have, like, wires into them. And that's what I would prefer. Do I think this is bad? No. Do I think it's cool? Yes. Yes. You're going to have to insulate the crap out of that, though. You want to insulate the whole barrel and these heater blocks. But yeah, don't those look like old, like Ender 3 or Ender 3 clones or Prusa? I guess Prusa 3 was the Prusa i3 clone heater block or heater plugs. That's what they look like to me.
Oh yeah.
The whole assembly gets then screwed to the base. Most of the electronics that are used sit in the back and are simply repurposed from a 3D printer. The wires.
Repurposing 3D printer parts. Impossible yet amazing. You guys know I love that stuff.
Are all pre-crimped with ferrules, and all the connections are explained seriously idiot-proof in the manual.
Right? Like, I love reused printer parts. I have so much Ender 3 parts laying around, like screens, and even if the boards don't necessarily all the outputs on them work, the board is still good. You just can't use that output. And there's a lot. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a CNC board, if you've ever opened your machines and looked at them, but the boards are friggin' wild, and they do not use all of the outputs on them. Just so yeah, I'll have to pull out one of my machines and show you. And then, you get stuff like BTT. Looking at you, BQ. We love you guys. Building boards for, like, machines that are impossible. I friggin' love it. You need to go look at the Octopus Pro. With the booster board. You guys want something cool? Go look at the Octopus Pro.
The extruder motor uses a separate driver module because it requires more power than it...
I have some of those stepper driver motors, or those stepper driver controllers laying around. What they do is they'll take like a 5-volt input, they'll run the controls off 5-volt, but you can run 24 and higher from that and output higher. So it's like, because remember, you need the controls at 5 volts, so that tells the motor what to do, but the power to drive the motor is an external source, just so you guys know.
A regular 3D printer motor. The screen that sits on the side of the machine is also just a really old model I've already been using like 8 years.
Yep, leftover screens. Gee, and with a knob controller. Gee, this all sounds pretty awesome, doesn't it?
Years ago on my first printer, but it should be more than sufficient for what we need it for. Next, I assembled the filament winder, which will later spool our freshly extruded material. This is a really clever construction with an adjustable filament guide that automatically reverses its direction once it reaches the stop in order to get a nice and equal distribution of filament over the width of the spool. The spool itself is driven by a separate stepper motor that's connected via a belt that can slip so that the filament is always wound with a perfect tension. Every rotation of the spool, a mechanism
What
actuates
do
the
you
filament
get
guide
when
so
you
that
fall in love?
Right? I love machines, man. I'm sorry. I know everyone wants me to be a better people person. I just really like robots. I don't know why, guys. Well, I do, but you don't want to know why. I really love robots. I do, and they're great.
advances a tiny bit. The next step was a bit messy. In order to stabilize temperatures and reduce the power usage of the machine, the whole extruder barrel gets insulated with some rock wool. I made sure to wear gloves and a
So you can see how he's assembling it. I probably would have done that first. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong, but all this stuff, because then you're going to get contamination of the rock wool on everything. So everything you touch will have like little barbs of insulation. So I don't have a better answer, Stefan. I don't. I'm not criticizing you. I don't have, but I would do that assembly as like my priority before I assembled everything, because I know you're about to wrap it, but it's just like, just do your best, man. I think you're doing a great job. I love this, and I really love your channel, dude. Thank you for everything. Oh, 717,000. You went up again. Congrats.
Respirator, but the fibers still ended up almost everywhere. I wrapped the sheet of insulation around the barrel and then slid the cover over it. The following step was honestly one of the most satisfying ones and shows how much thought David put into his DIY filament extruder. If you've seen any of my last videos on filament recycling, you know that any dirt or metal chips that are in the ground up plastic will end up in the filament. And if they are too big, they will clog the small nozzle. In order to reduce that risk, the
precision right there.
uses a melt filter, which is...
We did not see this. Now, I'm not saying it's not on. What is it called again? We didn't see that. We haven't seen this on the loop. We haven't seen it on the new Brutality. Is it the M1? Yeah, we haven't seen a screen. But you want a screen. Every industrial machine that does recycling, when they recycle plastic, like making polypropylene or polypropylene profile and stuff, they have the screens on these big hydraulic rams, and they move them in and out, and it's definitely to catch any metal that gets into it, because you want that. You don't want any metal in your product.
It's a wire mesh that has holes smaller than the typical nozzle diameter of a 3D printer, so everything...
I'm guessing that mesh is applied, like they apply heat to the mesh.
It's all heated. Yeah, everything's heated. You'll see it gets all put in there. But I have yet to see that on the loop. I have yet to see that. Again, I haven't seen a disassembly of the Make, right? The Make 2 or the Make 1. I do believe on the 3D Recycler bot they have one. Can't guarantee that, but I think they do. And we're not seeing it on the loop or the MK1 or the M1 from Brutality. But this is like super important. All the industrial machines use it. You want to filter out any brass, any steel, anything like that. Anything that might damage the actual extrusion process.
The mesh is not just put flat in the nozzle, but David's developed a two-stage forming die to create a three-dimensional filter structure for increased surface area and rigidity. After this really satisfying forming process,
Look at that, right? He includes in the STLs, he includes all the tooling to shape it. It's brilliant. The guy who designed this, you smart Germans, you. The guy who designed this.
Just pull the one out of the sink faucet.
Yeah, there you go, right? But the fact that he included it, and at some point someone's going to collect these. I'd be interesting because I believe there's tobacco screens. I think that's a thing. I think
that's why I was thinking that.
Right? Because that would be, instead of like cutting the mesh, you'd have, as long as it fits, you have it all sized correctly. It's a pre-purchasable product off the shelf, right? So.
Process. I put the filter into
and you can use different. They have different materials like copper and that good stuff.
Exactly. And remember, like it's straining. It's straining the filament. It's not that big a deal. What it's designed, the holes are smaller than the extrusion, right? But what it's trying to do is catch as much metal or byproduct as possible. One of the other things you often see on these machines is they have magnets on top. So where the load of material comes in, there's actually a big magnetic plate, and it catches byproduct before that all falls in. So.
Fortunately, this limits the maximum extrusion temperature to 260 degrees Celsius.
260?
Like those pill-shaped magnets you feed to cows?
Yeah, like that. Well, normally it's like a big plate. It's like a non-magnetic, or sorry, it's non-electrical magnet. So it's a rare earth magnet. It's a big plate. So you'll see so the shredder's over here. It's shredding. It's got big teeth on the drum that cuts up the material. That then comes down. It goes on a conveyor, right? So any of the heavies still drop back into the bottom of the sorting machine, and they drop into a tray, and then that drops out. You go and pull that out, right? And then it goes up a conveyor, and then it drops down over a magnet, and then goes onto another conveyor, drops down over a magnet, and then into the hopper for the barrel. That's how I've seen it done, right, in industry. Because again, remember that shredder is kicking off metallics as well, right? So you want zero you want zero material in. Does it protect you against non-ferrous? No, right? There's not much you can do about that. And then on the big machines I've seen that shred steel, they have ferrous drums, like electromagnetic ferrous drums, that if you have a pacemaker or a cell phone, it'll mess you up. So what those do is the material comes over them and it rolls over them, and non-ferrous will drop through that, and all the ferrous metal gets kicked to a conveyor, which then goes through another sorting station, because you're trying to pull, because some things just have enough ferrous on them, like for example alternators, but they have a big chunk of copper in there, and you don't want to mix copper with steel when you're recycling steel. You don't. It causes problems. Plus, copper is worth more than steel, if you guys don't know.
Which should still be enough for most extrusion and recycling projects. I then screwed a regular 3D printer nozzle that's drilled to 1.7 millimeters.
You shouldn't have to drill that. You should be able to buy a 1.7. I know, but makers, because the reason why when you drill that, you may not get a uniform boring. Which is actually, you probably drill that to, say, 1.7 and then use a hone to bring it to the last little bit, right? Because you want that as precision as you can get. Is it a big deal? No. Have I seen people drill out like a number 6 or a number 8 to a 1 mil? Absolutely. Is it a big deal? No. Do I think it's cool? Yes. Do I think there's a better way to do it? Yes. Do I think it's a necessity? No.
To the holder through which the filament will later extrude. The nozzle is slightly undersized because the molten plastic will swell up a little after it leaves the small hole due to the pressure inside the extruder. After this step was finished, I built and installed a very simple filament feeder that pushes the newly extruded filament to the winder. It has a small tension arm to get enough pressure on the material to pull it, but hopefully not so much that it squishes the still slightly soft filament. The last essential component of the machine is the sensor unit. This is not a filament diameter sensor, but only a filament position sensor. The Artme 3D relies on gravity to basically stretch our extruded filament.
Remember how I was telling you guys about the guides on the K1? Those guides stretch the material? That's exactly what's going here. They're using gravity instead, because the K1 comes out, then comes down, and across, just like the make, just like the loop, right? That's how it works. And so that's the thing, right?
to the right diameter after it leaves the nozzle. To keep the force consistent, it should always droop down a similar amount. The Artme uses an optical sensor for that, through which a translucent piece with increasing thickness is rotated, which will act as a simple angle sensor. A piece of wire is attached to the rotating part, through which we'll later guide our filament. And after a bit of final wiring and cleaning up, the Artme 3D Mark II is finally finished.
And you can see, look at all the time it's giving it to cool. I don't know if you guys noticed that. There's a fan just after the extruder to sort of firm up the material. And there's a second fan as it goes through the second set of guides before it goes onto the wheel. Isn't that amazing? The guy who invented this is really smart. And this is old. Like, this was old before Stefan here at CNC Kitchen looked at it. It was like it'd been around for at least a couple of years. So
this honestly was a really nice and well-documented build, taking me a good day to finish. But let's now see if it also works and produces filament in the quality we need for 3D printing. The extruder is easily capable of making filament from pellets, yet we want to use it to recycle our old and failed prints.
So you see the shred here, how it's not uniform? You want the shred to be as uniform as you can. Normally, they put it through like something like a blade mill. And what will happen is the material will roll around and it's self-shredding. So the blades are turning, it's cutting to size, but it's rolling around and it's going. There's little gaps they're called grates. There's little gaps that only allow a certain size material through until it gets to that size. But you want very, very uniform. So you can see that's not very uniform. So it's really cool what he did, and this has definitely led you guys down the road of, hey, maker, we want this as merch, right? But you want that really is uniform because you want to be able to the same size as the pellet. I know it sounds silly, but you do. So all these little fibers and stuff, it's fine. But it's the bigger stuff that's the problem. So you just want to be as uniform in shred as possible. Smaller is okay, bigger is not.
So I recently printed a bunch of soldering iron tip cases that we sold for our Black Friday special, yet I ended up with a bit of scrap. Some of the prints failed due to bad bed adhesion, clogged nozzles, or filament that ran out. I think these scraps are a perfect opportunity to recycle into new filament and of course print new cases from. These of course don't directly feed in the extruder, so the first thing we need to do is to grind them up to have small shreddings. In the past I tried a blender, a modified paper shredder, and even built a hand crank shredding machine, which all to some degree work, yet the most reliable thing is still...
So when you want that, you don't want one set of grinding wheels. You want the shred to happen in the middle. So there's two wheels. They run counter. They're on a gearbox, but they run counter to each other. So they roll in like this instead of just against the die face. If you had a big hydraulic run drum, it wouldn't be such a big deal, and you could adjust your face with a hydraulic ram so you know how much shred you're getting. But you know that's a lot of work. So ideally, you want, like you had with the paper shredder, you want the two teeth feeding in, and we can go look at shredders if you guys want. But that's, and then typically you'd use a blade style shredder, not a hammer mill or a hopper, or sorry, what do they call them? Beaver biscuit chipper is fine, but way too big, right?
Beaver biscuit chipper.
Yeah, you never heard that?
I've been called that a couple times.
Hi-oh! Classy. We're classy here today. I like it.
A real electric shredder that
These are crazy. It's $184 for booth at Smurf. I would be into that, but I don't have anything to bring with me. But thank you, Seth. Can you put that in the chat for me? We'll talk about it. I don't have a printer to bring with me. I don't even think my baby belt will be there. We're bugging Baby Belt to give me a baby belt. We've been bugging them for 3 years now. They're so busy doing other things, but we're bugging them for a free Heathen pigeon baby belt. And he's gonna
be so cool.
He's gonna be like, because he knows I'm coming. Princeps, the owner of Princeps, knows I'm coming, and he knows I'm gonna bug him about it. Like he already knows. he knows, because I believe in the baby belt. I ever since I saw it. If you guys don't know what the baby belt is, it's a shoebox size 3D printer. It's now a Core XY, so it's not a Cartesian anymore. It's semi-Cartesian, I guess, but it uses a flying gantry system. And it does about 40 mils a second. But I told him we could probably get higher than that with a little bit of tuning, a little bit of, how do I break the thing, right? But He still hasn't sent me one, and I've been bugging him. And he knows I want one. He knows, and now that he sees the voron on the channel all the time, I'm sure he'll be more interested in doing it. Because again, I get a lot of consumer grade machines, right? We've had 7 on the show. Everything from Elegoo's to Ender 3s, like Cretalities to Bamboos and Snapmakers. You know, we try to keep it. And the J1. I'm looking for. I really want Snapmaker to make a J2 with the same hot ends as the Artisan. I don't know if it's going to happen. By the way,
Sick.
Seth, are there booths still available? Because I wouldn't necessarily mind paying that money. I just don't know how I would do a booth. And we're like a week away. We might have time.
I fortunately have as well.
This is crazy. This is an industrial shredder. They are expensive, heavy, and they're 240 volt. Again, he's in Europe. So yeah, they're sweet, but boy, are they
You said
loud.
industrial shredder, and I just went like, oh, that's got to be fun.
They are. They're super fun. The ones I've seen are like way bigger than this. They have a big hydraulic ram, so you load a bunch of stuff into the hopper, and the ram just jams it into the wheel, and you have to close. It's a big metal. It looks like a big coffin, big metal lid, and it just just shreds. But man, are they loud! They're like 120 decibels. They're really
Now that's something that'd be fun to try and break.
that you can jam them, but I don't think you can really break them. You might be able to break the spider on the drive, but they're just dumb. Like the only way you break them is hit them with a forklift. This, on the other hand, I could break this. Yeah, you run.
I could break it.
Yeah, you just run dumb things. You just like the biggest, dumbest chunks you can get into the infeed, and you just overload the thing until it just pops, right? But you know, it's an electric motor on a gear-driven teeth system. So how crazy could it be?
That's gonna have to be a new segment. Can make or break it.
Yes, if we had the proper funding on the channel, that would be a fun thing to do. Is like, send me things that you want to see if there are ways to improve it. I'll break your machines for money. Anyway.
Oh, that's a better framing of it. See how we can improve it.
Well, yeah, you know, because we don't want to break stuff for the sake of breaking it. We want to break stuff to see if we can make it better, right?
Yeah, I get it. That's fancy.
That's right. That's a fancy segment. Yeah. Like, we could totally break a, what is it, Ninja Blender? We just have to throw Chuck Norris in it, right?
One of those Stretch Armstrongs.
No, it ate a stretch arm. It ate 3 stretch arm. The last video I saw of it, it literally ate 3 stretch Armstrongs. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
And remember, you guys, stretch Armstrongs are full of goo, like a high viscosity goo. Yeah. All right. Yeah, this you can see here. Look at that little infeed. We could make this worse. We could totally make this worse. He's so gentle with it. Again, these are crazy expensive though. It's like $6,000 or something for this shredder. We went and looked at it. It's the same company that sent him the Make 2. A nice big fat e-stop on it. That's what we always want. We want e-stops on machines. I actually want an e-stop for my Snapmaker.
And printer poop into the machine and let it chew through the
I just want one on my desk.
Just a random e-stop for no reason.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Did you know on this there's actually a magnetic off switch?
Oh, that's really cool.
So like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. This is like, because we've done a lot of projects here on the channel, right? This is actually a Stream Deck. Well, it's technically just a keyboard shortcut, but there's actually a magnetic switch in here. So what you could do is just have like a key with a magnet on it and just swipe the magnetic switch, immediately shuts everything down. But yeah, it's a 6 button because the 6th button is concealed, but it's a 6 button controller, shortcut controller, and it runs on an ESP32. I have 2 designs
awesome.
for this. Yeah. That was like I got help with the I knew what I wanted, and I knew how I wanted it built. So I got a hold of another maker, and I just told him like, hey, can you do this for me? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. He designed it, sent it to me. He kept one for himself, so he'd have a finished version, so he could run exactly the same thing I'm running. And that's how I do things. I really believe in community. So.
Mostly fine enough. Yet I still
sifted. Yeah, still too big.
The power of Grayskull.
Yep. Well, just like that's what I like about it, because like I have a key that I just go whoop, and it actually was my emergency stop. If the stream was going really bad, I could just turn the stream off. It would just turn the stream off. So
oops, power failure.
Yeah, oops, it just shuts everything. It just cancels everything. It shuts it all down, and then I can reboot it. But it has a little magnetic switch I've glued in place. It's pretty cool. It's a very cool solution.
put the parts that were too big back into the shredder.
Yeah,
At first,
and then what that is it's not shredding small enough, so it's because his diameter on the shred is not big enough. The gap is too big. So on what you could do is adjust the anvils in. You'd like shim the anvils in to get even smaller shred, and that's why he has to sort it. And you'd sort that on a little vibrating table and have magnets in it, because again you don't want any metal to go through the machine.
First, I kept the blue and gray shredding separate. I had to learn more than once that dry material is essential to make good filament.
So remember how
That's what we do with Canadian coins down here.
You shred Canadian coins?
No, we throw them through the metal separator.
There you go. There you go. Well, remember, I think they're steel, mostly steel or nickel. They're not precious metals anymore. They haven't been since like the 70s. Yeah, I can see that. I know you guys are collecting pennies and silver quarters from the 70s.
Yeah, pre-82 pennies.
Yeah, I see you guys are like, that is a thing you guys are doing. Because I watch a lot of metal.
They're like 98% copper, dude.
Yep. And since they're no longer currency, destroying them is not an issue. And, if you guys don't know, copper is an amazing, amazing metal. And it's very easy to mill. So if you guys are
it's really good for your health too.
Copper, yep. Yeah. Minor absorption of copper, yep. And then people who talk about the like personal electromagnetic fields and stuff, they love copper because it acts like a sink for all that extra energy. It's hippy dippy stuff. I don't really know a lot about it. Don't ask me, but yeah, do I love milling. I need to
cleaning your water. That's a sure thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, bronze will do it too.
Well, it also reinforces as the positive ions.
It balances out static electric charge. Yes. So I don't know about the positive ion. We'd have to go look that up.
One or the other.
But yeah. When things flow, they build a static charge. Copper sinks, like copper piping, stuff like that. Like when I mean a sink, like a heat sink is what I mean. They take off all the electrons, the flying electrons from the static. Yeah. Which is interesting because now most plumbing in houses is like a plastic or polymer. I guess I don't think it's the
PVC.
Well, no, because it's like I'd have to go look it up, but it's like clear and it's very interesting. It lasts longer than copper, which is why they do it. And remember, copper pinholes ruin your house, right? Because there's water.
I think it's like PVA.
No, that's a glue. PVA and PVB are both types of glue. So
I know it's a PV something.
Could be. Yeah, we could look it up. But yeah, this is just so you guys know. I know. We just want to watch the video. I know, guys. We'll get back to it. But,
yeah, man.
But talking. Right? But the shred is super important. The size of shred is super important. So, and remember, you want a magnet in there. You do. You really want this stuff to go over a magnet because you don't want any metal.
I took all of the material, put it onto a tray, and placed it into my drying oven for 3 hours at 60 degrees Celsius.
Remember how I said you guys should always preheat this stuff to get the moisture out of it? That's what he's doing there. You'd be surprised. He should have weighed that before he threw it in. You'd be surprised how much water is in that. It's actually hydrogen. It's not technically water. It's just because it's a hydrostatic, so it absorbs hydrogen from the air, which I guess, it's hydrogen, so it's not water, but you know what I'm saying.
Since I was a bit lazy, I mixed the two separate colors together, hoping that the shredding color would still turn out nice. To get the last bit of moisture out of the material, I poured everything into my vacuum chamber with a bit of desiccant and evacuated the still warm particles. The next day, I was finally able to try out how well the Artme 3D Mark II handled my shredded 3D printing waste. So I turned the machine on and preheated it to the recommended starting temperature of 180 degrees Celsius. While it heated up, I installed an empty spool of filament on the holder and adjusted the ends in a way that the filament guide reached both sides of the roll. Then I added some scoops of the shreddings into the hopper. Once everything was hot, I started the extrusion process and was super excited once the first bit of our recycled...
Isn't that cool? There's just something really mad. Like if CNC and 3D printing isn't magic to you, I don't know what is, because I just love it.
Filament came out of the nozzle. I think you were able to hear my enthusiasm if things start working that I built and where I see the opportunity to learn something new. We have a 3-year-old daughter, and I really hope that she at some point finds the same level of...
Sorry, Stefan, we're gonna skip your commercial. But I really do think getting kids into like building and making stuff is the future. Because like Digital space is nice, but you'll never. It's not the same as something real. Like, for example, our Fallout project, Dank. Yeah.
To get 50% off your first month of KiwiCo. So I let a bit
What
of
happened to our
material
Fallout
extrude out for a
project?
little bit.
We added to the world.
Oh yeah.
And made the world, like, because Fallout's a video game, right? But we literally added to the world with our projects. There's 4 of us. There's Retromaker, there's yourself, there's Built Overbot, and there's myself. 4 of us just added new things to the world, and I think it's incredible.
Made some cool stuffs.
Equalized and then started the spooling process. To do that, I first cut off the freshly extruded material right after the nozzle and guided the strand by hand through the sensor arm and towards the feeder until it was pulled in. Then I adjusted the feeder speed so that the sensor arm stayed in more or less the vertical orientation. Once this seemed to be the case, I started the auto pulling process. In this mode, the extruder will go faster if the filament hangs down more and go slower if it's getting too far up. To start the winding process, I once again cut off the filament where it leaves the guide and threaded the end through a hole at the spool and bent it over so it doesn't get pulled out. I used the first couple of meters to make sure that the filament diameter was close to 1.75 millimeters. Dialing the diameter in is something that needs a bit of experience and skill. The parameters won't be universally usable and will depend on the filament type and even color, yet art may provide some good values to start with. So if the diameter, for example, is too big, you can increase the extrusion temperature. If it's too thin, you can reduce it. Yet also the position and strength of the cooling fan, position of the sensor, and also the RPM of the extruder screw can change the result. I regularly measured the diameter of the filament with calipers, which is something that isn't optimal, and once I was happy with it, I just let it run.
Typically, you do that with a micrometer, not a vernier caliper. Because you can literally set the mic to size, and you just push it on. Just like you just push it on. And if it doesn't go through the push, you know you're oversized.
I filled up the rest of the hopper with the shredded material and could nicely see over the course of 3 hours how the spool slowly filled up with a really nice looking filament.
Isn't that fun? I think that's so cool.
Extruder ran in a different room, and I was always wearing a respirator when checking because extruding so much material is a bit smelly and probably also a smell of the unhealthy kind, but you do you. The winding wasn't perfect, but I mean, what can you expect from a first try and an inexpensive DIY solution? During the process, I could really see how the stir bar feature helped to mix the shredded material so that it was nicely and more importantly evenly fed. I hooked up a power meter since people always ask how much energy is used, and I was surprised that it only drew on average around 60 watts, which is far less than a 3D printer and just what an incandescent
60 watts! Oh yeah, you can run it on a solar cell. 60 watts is not a lot. A solar set, you could do it. You could probably run this thing on a battery. What's 1,000? Yeah, what's my battery? I think my battery's 10,000 watts. So watt hours, right? So 60 watt hours, probably. I think that's what it would be.
light bulb needs. I regularly check the diameter of the extruded filament, which fluctuated plus minus 1/10 of a millimeter around the 1.75 millimeter target. This means at least this batch is not as precise as most commercial filament, but hey, this is a $600 machine and 100% recycled material. And in the end, the proof is in the eating of the pudding, or rather in the printing of the recycled filament. So once most of the shredded 3D prints were eaten up by the extruder, I stopped the process, cut the filament, and removed a really beautifully looking roll of filament without any noticeable bumps and inconsistencies. So as I said in the beginning, this material...
And remember, that's got infill in it. Did you see all the sparkle in that? That's got infill in it. So like what I call infill products. So like glow in the dark, sparkle, things like that. Remember, that all changes the processing. It turned out really nice. And remember, he mixed gray and blue. You'd think it'd go black.
material once was the trash and leftover from my soldering tip case production. So what better way to use it than to print more cases with it? I loaded it onto my Bambolab A1 Mini and started printing without any special settings. And oh boy, I wasn't disappointed by the results. Mixing up the two colors only led to a bit darker blue color, but the prints looked really pretty. The only way I was really able to tell them apart from new filament was the fact that there sometimes were a bit of color streaks in the material, where more of one or the other color was fed. I also printed this owl as well as a mini Stefan, which both turned out beautiful. And I honestly wasn't even able to see variances in the filament diameter on the print. During the time I've had the Artme 3D so far, I extruded 2 more batches of recycled PLA. One was some leftover filament poop shreddings that I had from my last video, which came out really beautiful. Due to the compact design of the Artme extruder, there isn't a lot of material mixing happening in the barrel, which results in this really unique color gradients in the material, and particularly on the prints. The third batch was from some 3-year-old shredded material I still found in my basement, but that also extruded really well. This had a significant portion of black, so it extruded in this really dark gray with a bit of glitter. Filament diameter variation was around plus minus 0.1 millimeters, but the prints did...
So that's right, because like you're trying to get like 1.75, so he was getting like 1.85, right? And the variation, I think he was going positive. I think he said net positive on that. So it's, yes, 1.85. Did it become a problem for him? No, because the machines can handle it. Might be a little slower because you get an overfeed, right? But and remember, this is 2 years old. It's 2 years old, so that's pretty exciting.
Didn't show any of that and were honestly really nice. So besides these mini Stefans, I printed more cases from my own recycled filament, which you can find as a limited edition in our shop at cnckitchen.store. At the end of the last batch that I did, I noticed that the extrusion rate significantly dropped. During my first batch, the feeder was set to around 30 revolutions per minute, but during the last hour of extrusion of the last batch, the feeding speed dropped down all the way to around 16 RPM. This could of course be simple due to the material that I ran, but I already suspected that the melt filter caught some stuff and slowly clogged. So I first purged everything that was still in the barrel with some plain PLA pellets and then unscrewed the nozzle holder with the melt filter. At first sight it didn't look too bad, but upon further inspection I was able to see some bigger metal pieces and also a bunch of glitter that accumulated. I had no single clog printing any of the 3 recycled batches, so the filter clearly does its job, but it seems to require a bit of attention from time to time to get the machine running smoothly and efficiently.
Isn't that amazing?
In summary, I'm super happy with the Artme 3D Mark II DIY filament extruder.
I want one.
You really notice that
Yeah,
this
me
is
too.
not the first generation of this machine, and many problems have already been
Is there an
ironed
update on
out.
this?
You can clearly see David's German engineering background. He did a tremendous job designing the machine and putting the kit together. That's super simple to assemble. Running the machine will require a bit of tinkering, and you can't expect tightly toleranced filament like from machines that cost orders of magnitude more and use virgin materials. But as my tests showed, the material that I made seemed to be perfectly usable for many applications. Yet the machine is definitely not perfect. The wire sensor arm is annoying and sometimes the filament gets stuck to it and then bounces around. Measuring the diameter is not super easy, and of course it would be great to have some kind of an active feedback system. But the amazing thing is that the design, electronics and firmware are all freely available and mostly open source. So if you have any special application or simply want to improve it, you can do that and contribute to the project. I'm quite sure that this is the least expensive yet still really well working solution if you want to get into making your own filament or recycling your old prints. 650 euros is still a lot of money and doesn't include a shredding solution yet. There also aren't that many makers that will make their money back in saved filament. Yet just like consumer 3D printing, if you see this as a hobby and are happy if you can recycle your old prints, even though it doesn't save you any money, this is probably the best bang for your buck filament maker that you can get at the moment. But please let me know your thoughts in the comments about filament recycling and what you'd like me to see doing with this machine in the future. Do you see this as a feasible solution for hobbyists or makerspaces, or would you just rather discard your old prints? Thanks for watching everyone. I hope you found this video interesting. If you want to support my work, head over to Patreon or become a YouTube member.
Yeah, we were watching this like anti-aliasing. This worked really good. I think Slayers brought that up. Yeah, that's it's pretty cool. I wonder, where's the link for there? It is. Is there an update for this? Is he on to version 3 yet? Can you translate to English, please? Thank you. Sure, let's accept. Customer feedback. He sold 1,500. Good on you, man. Shop online. I want to see what versions there are. Sure. So he's got a pelletizer. He's got a machine to do it, to grind. He's got material. He's got components. He's got CAD files. This is something. This is something cool. So he has gone to an upgraded version. So this is the Mark III S. So it's like 800 euros. Yeah, 800 euros. Yeah, so he's gone. You can see there's the infeed, right? He's changed the infeed assembly. So instead of having that big motor hanging over top, it's now hanging over. It's actually hanging as a counterbalance on the other side, and he's got it's gear driven. Yeah, that's cool. Gearbox cut open for illustration. He doesn't have the tension arm on it, right? Yeah, he doesn't seem to have the tension arm on it. But it's the same. You see how it goes up? So it starts up here. Do not put your hand inside robot vaginas. Comes in here, grinds it up, comes through the extruder. You can see he's improved the casing a little bit. I wish he hadn't done it all in white because you can't see it against the background. Then it comes in. There's your tension arm. There's your fan housing there. There's another fan there, so very similar. There's a toolkit rest right here, so you can mess with it as you go, right? And then it comes up. It goes through again. It's going through the guides, or what are these? I don't know what you would call that. Because this is actually kind of final sizing up here, right? Because the weight and everything. But then it comes up, because as it's cold, it can get compressed a little bit. Then it comes across, and then into the feeder, and then the feeder is the same. He's actually made it bigger, so you can put bigger reels on it. And it looks very much the same. So this is the Mark III. This is the Mark III S Plus. So it's the super fancy version. What else we got here? And then, sure, enough with that. And then he has the original. And then, yeah, the original, the light. I don't know what the light version is versus the heavy version. Maybe the extruder's different. Or sorry, the infeed's different. And then he has a pelletizer as well. And it's a grinder. Driven by a drill, stand drill or cordless screwdriver. Requires a drill with a speed controller and a drill chuck with a 10 mil opening. Cordless drill are only used for short term. Yeah, so you don't want to use a screwdriver on this. Laser cut stainless steel designed with designated very little heat. Yeah, makes sense. You must print it by yourself, sure. Wooden board measuring. So the wooden board, you just need some plywood to bolt it down to. Is there more information on this? No, there is not. Is there more photos of this? No, there is not. I understand why, but there's the drawing, so. But yeah, you can see here how it's going to grind until it gets through these holes. That's what these holes are. This is a guide plate, I guess. I don't know what it would be called. But you can see here it comes in. So let me look at this thing. Yeah, there's this blade. So this looks to me like you can put a reel on here and just put a reel in to grind it. Does it have to be a reel? Can you grind? Yeah, maybe it is just a reel. I wonder if you can grind. It doesn't say, does it? Can you stop with the cookies, man? Pelletizer Acme available. As usual, the device comes as a kit. Plastic parts must be printed by the user. You can download them here. Here you have the documentation for the assembly guide. Here's the technical data. Pelletizer product for pellets from filament. So yeah, so for tails and stuff. That's what it's for. It would be nicer if you could do like small pieces, but I guess I understand why. Like an electric drill is not very strong. And I can guarantee you, like, if you overbuild or if you mess with that too much, you're gonna break it, right? And then what's the difference between the light version? Product description. Yeah, so that's why he went. He put a gearbox so you can use a smaller motor and taking the weight off the top of the machine. That's why he did that. And it'll give you higher
That's smart.
torque. Yeah, I think it's clever. I still think this should be a paddle instead of a screw, but hey, who am I? Like, what do I know? I've never built the thing. But yeah, I like his skeletonized, so he shows you everything's internal. That's cool.
I like
Also,
how the belt is on the outside too.
yep, absolutely. Because then, if the belt's concealed and it's wearing out, you won't know, right? I wonder if there's grease on this. I wonder, because I don't know what. I think it's PET is compatible with lithium grease, but I would want to grease these gears because remember, gears are never supposed to touch. I don't know if you guys know that or not. They're not supposed to touch. There's supposed to be a filament, or not filament, a fine layer of like
Lubrication.
yes, thank you, between the two. But they're never. It is actually supposed to compress the lubrication, so the material, so the gears never touch, because that creates wear points. Oh, look at that. This is all driven. So this gearbox is to drive that shaft. That's what it's for. And then the infeed is just a part of the shaft. It's very smart. Yeah, and then it uses
Some
the gears
bushing
stuff.
grease in there.
Yeah, well, like my answer is of course white lithium grease. I like white lithium grease. Red lithium is like super tack is good, but I don't. Sometimes it's too tacky. It's too heavy for stuff. So this is just a direct drive. So instead of using a gearbox, I like the gearbox personally, but the gearbox saves you on the price of that planetary gearbox right there, right? So there you go, 1 kilo, 2 kilo, and 0.75. And it gives you the max size, 300 mil by 100 mil wide, so 30 centimeter by. This is a big reel. Yeah, so the gravity is allowing the filament to stretch to size, right? Because as it comes through, the pressure, like you said, the pressure will actually enlarge the material. So I guess you could make the diameter of the extrusion nozzle. Yeah, you could calibrate. There's a bunch of different ways to calibrate it. Oh, he even set it up so you can injection mold. That's smart. I don't know how I like this layout, but that's really smart. Yeah. It basically extrudes filament and then it goes into the press, yeah. Yeah, he's cranking the speed up so that you get that real good push. And remember, that purge gets shredded and thrown back in. Yeah, and he's running a purge line. That's all of this stuff. That's how it works. Like we used to, like the operators would purge to the floor because the floor is big concrete slab, right? So it absorbs all the heat out of the material. You'd see big blocks of purge on the floor if they were having trouble with the machine. You'd see these big piles of blocks, and all we would do is take them, either run them through the bandsaw once to cut them down a little bit, or just throw them back into the shredder. Yeah, and he's just slowing it down to that tension bar meets, right? That's it. And there you go. He's got a tension arm in here, right? So that's where you want to be, 1.75, right? So if this is getting too fat, it actually pushes this bar up and shows you on a physical gauge where you're going. That's very smart. That's very smart. I like that. Yeah, this is a time lapse. We understand. Yeah, it's almost like the world that we live in is full of brilliant people doing brilliant things, and people are just not getting the kind of attention they deserve. Right? It's almost like a thing. This is brilliant. I love it. I love it so much. All right, I need to take another break. I'm gonna actually put you guys on break this time. There's nothing to look at. I forgot to turn something on. But how many more maker tubes do I need to do? Like, how many maker chip tubes do I need to do? I think I'm like I think I now am at the maximum number I need. Unless you guys want some, which you can actually tell me on Discord. You can send me a DM on Discord. Leave me a comment in on the YouTube, and I'll actually reach out to you. If I see the comment, I'll reach out to you, and we can send some your way. They're made out of Polymaker PET G. We're running both like solid purple and transparent red. That's what I'm running. It's just the colors I'm running. So, and they're all printed on the beautiful, the amazing. Let me show you. So there's our voron control screen, but that is run in a Polymaker dryer, drying that PET G, and then we're running on a KB 3D supplied Digital Dragon built voron 0.2 FHW. That's right, the Free Heathen Workshop's got their own 3D printer. So all right, guys, I'm gonna take my break. I'll be back soon. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. As you can see there are some of the designs and products I've run on the KB3D V0.1 voron. We haven't done any ABS builds yet. We're kind of saving that. We're going to do some ABS stuff on that. We're going to do a full volume build with ABS again because we like to do that. The one thing I want to do is do code interrupts so I can do multicolor in it. But I need to write a script because basically what I wanted to do is get to a code interrupt, stop, run the remove filament, and then pause, and then make a tone, and then want to feed the new product in. I want it to give me alerts. I love machines that give me alerts. The other thing that we can show you here is I got to charge my headset because I forgot last night. I'm going to go grab the wheel. I know the wheel is wrong. Okay, but I want to show you guys the wheel that I did, and it did ran. The problem that we did run into is the typical problem we run into. Material wasn't hot enough. This one had no jams, no issues, perfectly. I'm about to grab it. We'll look at the extrusion value of it on the Artisan, which is pretty exciting. Let me get it for you. So, as I was saying, we were doing the wheel, the dual color wheel. I know I should have changed that core out, but that is, so the core of this is Polymax PLA, right? So that's going to be our screw point, which looks good. I don't know about our bore. Let's look at our bore here. So here is our BattleBot. This is our 1-pounder. This is known as an ant weight. We're just going to put this on, and it doesn't fit, right? Which we assumed it wasn't going to fit because the hole is just too small. You can see actually I put a hole right through it, so we'll redesign this and then we'll run it again. 1.5 hour production time, not bad. So our internal bore there was not. So we're going to go up to probably a 4 mil hole. I think, yeah, we're going to do a 4 mil hole and then cut it again so that we have a flat side. But again, that wheel came out nice and squishy, which is what we're looking for, right? You know, it's fun and flexy. So the first one, the issue with the first one was temperature, all temperature issue. We changed from gyroid to honeycomb because, well, why not? Super squishy, super squishy. But we can do, there's a couple things we're gonna do. We're actually gonna, I'll show you in a second. But we're gonna actually take that pocket out a little bit because that pocket is too big. We were trying to save weight. If you don't know, we're trying everything we do now when we're working on the BattleBot is to save weight because we want to change the servo. We want to change the primary servo that drives the lifter arm, which is this. Let me show you. So this is our little lifter arm. We want to change the servo in here to a much larger servo. If we have to change the top and print the top as a different size, that's fine. But we're like, this is our project, right? This is our project vehicle. So we're going to change some stuff on it, and then we're going to do a 3D printed version. But I want to be able to maintain the original design, because at any point I want to be able to replace the guts of this. You can see our little stickers. Shout out to Seth for that. We want to change the design, but we also want to be able to go back to the original design, if that makes any sense. So they've done everything they can. I think this top can even be skeletonized. I'll be honest with you. Put some ports in it because there's no flame weapons in ant weight as far as I know, so we don't have to worry about that. And tools drilling into it, maybe. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see this arm with a saw. I think that would be fun. A saw on that, right? So it's like maybe you have a lifter with a blade on it that cuts in. I don't know, or maybe this is just ends up being a total just a saw, right? Cut into. But let's get the wheels done first, and then we can kind of make our decisions on what we want to do. But again, this was donated by Seth. He's here in lobby if you want to talk to him. If you have any questions about this, of course, you can put them in the chat, or you can put them in the VOD, because the VOD will be up. This is a live stream, right? And remember to put the keyword in today after the show. Make sure you comment the keyword, and you guys heard the keyword. So we need to go in. That wheel is super squishy, which I like, but I think we want to be more. I think we want to be a little more stiff, because if we look at the stock wheels, these are EVA foam stock wheels. They're very, very stiff. This is very, very soft, and that's because we have almost no infill. So we can change our infill, but also that pocket for the wheel is too deep. It's just too deep, and we do have clearance for that screw. So as long as we're clear to get to that screw, we can make this a solid for all we want. But again, we're trying to minimize weight where we can because we want to be able to put a heavier servo in there. So again, that's our wheel. It did come out cool though, but now we're going to change that. And the thing is where are my calipers? I'm pretty sure that during the processing that we didn't get exactly what we're looking for. Just get these tips in there. Oh, it is 3. Pull this back. Get that in there. Yeah, it ended up being 2.8. So we're going to try to go to 4. And we'll do a 4 mil hole with the same, and we'll see how it turns out. And then we'll run it again. Again, it's about an hour, but we're an hour and a half per wheel, which is really good because it makes them. It depends on what you charge for your build rate. I charge $3.5 hours or $3.50 an hour. But let's do it, right? And again, shout out to Polymaker for supplying the materials we need for that. Let's go. We need to go to main screen Tinkercad. We were looking at extruders today. Super fun, right? So there's our wheel, right? So we're going to save this. Over here, right? And we're going to save this. So now what we're going to do is I think we're going to copy this wheel and we're going to take it out here. And we're going to ungroup it. Now that whole bore is just to make sure that that interlock is good. And I think that interlock is pretty good, but I think that pocket is too deep. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to leave this alone. We're going to lock this. Then we're going to take this and we're going to ungroup this. And you can see here I've trimmed it down. We've actually only... How tall is that? Actually, let me cut this first. And we'll undo. Let's do this. Group. And we take a block and we can actually measure the height of it, right? So we just come here and we just come down. We're going to get out of the 1s position. We're going to get into the 10s position. Just come in here and then till we're parallel to the top of it, right? That's easy. You could use a rule, but I never use a rule. So that ends up being about 15 mil. I think these are like 18. These are, yeah, 17, so we're a little bit on the thin side, so we could definitely go up in diameter. Or sorry, in height, not diameter. Just leave these calipers out for now. So that's what we're working off of. That's our primary design component. So again, we're a little short. We're, what did I say, 17? So let's take a look at this. Take this. We're not worried about this block anymore. We don't need that. We're going to take this. How tall is this? Unlock. This bore is 20. So give us 3 mil. We'll look at it. I think we're going to go from 15, 15.1. I think we're going to try and go to 16. So we're going to ungroup this. We're going to get rid of this. That was just cutting this internal edge off. Then we're going to take this. We're going to take this apart, and then we're going to make this. So we'll take this out of the way. And we're going to make this here. We're going to make this. So it is 16, but we ended up shortening it because we got the height off it. So if we were 15, so let's say, so we're at 16 now. Let's go 17. Let's go 18. 18, right? Because we're going to cut the top of it. Now this torus is what we were using to give us our relief. Now what we're going to do is we're going to turn this torus solid, and we're going to turn this to a hollow. You can see how much of a pocket we got in there. So we're actually going to come up like that. Okay, and it's still doing it. So then this goes back to a solid. This will now go back to a hollow. We're going to make sure everything is lined center. All right, so now we're center on center. We're going to take this torus, and we're going to come here, and we're going to shave this. Now, this wheel has way too much of a bevel. So we're going to turn that bevel down to a 0.5 bevel, and we're going to leave it with a step. No, I think we're going to smooth it out. Let's smooth it out. Let's see what that looks like. So then we're going to take this, and we're going to group it. And there's our, we've produced our pocket again. This is our cutout. So now we're going to take this and we're going to copy this and we're going to move this new one. And we're going to change the color of this one to red so we can see what we're doing. We're going to make this wheel like green, teal, because that's what we're doing. Like I say, I definitely should change that out. Now, I can tell you right now, once I align this, watch this, I'm going to cut the hole in it. I can tell you right now that that's not going to fit right. I can just see it. I can just see we can't get to that. We cannot get to that screw. So we're going to take this apart. We're going to come back here. We're going to go one step back. We're going to ungroup, And the first thing we're going to do is I think we're going to take this and we're going to ungroup this. We're going to turn this to a 4 mil diameter. You might say, well, Maker, it should be at 3 mil, it should fit. It should, but it doesn't, so we're going to change it, right? We're going to go 1 mil, and we're going to go another 1 mil here. Because we do want that shaft to slip on easy, right? And then, so this, and then this, so what else are we doing? We got to make this taller too. We'll do it here in a second. So we want to align everything. We want this and this and this to be centered. Center plate. This is what we're using as our main control plate. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this little cutout again, because that's the cutout that gives us a keyway, and we're going to align. Hold on here. Let me do the thing. We're just zooming in. F is also focus if you're wondering. We're going to take this little cutout and we're going to take it to the edge. So this has got to be circle though. We don't want that in there. So, and we could. So how many times is 128 going to 360? Not that many, but we could turn that down to like. We could make this 120, and we could do a bunch of them, right, to make a perfect circle. Because you're trying to get 360 degrees. We're not getting it. We're at 120. So if we do that 3 times, and we offset it by what? 10 degrees. I think 10 degrees would do it, but I'm not worried about it. So we're gonna go we're gonna go max this out at what 228 or 128, and then this and this align. But we want this to align to the edge of that like that, and that now cuts our keyway, right? So that then cuts this, right? Now our height is gonna be an issue. So what we need to do is we need to that and that. So can we do? Yeah, we'll have to select everything, and we'll deselect all of this stuff. And we're going to group this. We're actually going to move this up. And we're going to move it out of the way, because what we're going to do is we're going to take this shaft and we're going to put it in here and we're going to see how it goes. But I can tell you right now, this probably needs to be 24, I think is going to be the number. So this, again, this is going to go back to being a hollow, and we're going to join these 3. Right? We're going to join them. So that the base now joins with that, and then we now join the cutout to it, right? So there's our pocket. Now, what I want to do is change this to a color that I recognize, right? And what we're looking for is like roughly 4 mil outside the hub, because these are internally locked when they use when you're using the EVA, but we don't get that when we're doing this. So we're going to come over here and we're going to align to this, and we'll align center. Now, I don't think. Copy this. I don't think that's right. I think that we're going to run into some issues with this. So, and you can see here, even if we go to the top of it, we're not, well, it's not terrible. That's not terrible. Do you want to try that? I think we could try that. I don't know. Honestly, what we could do is we take this and come down. Like that, and that would give us our punch into this. So it's now group, and that's our screw hole. And you can see the screw hole will be interrupted by the rubber, but I don't think it's that big a deal. Plus, we're also going to take a block and we're going to shave the top of this off. We're going to shave a little bit of this down, because again, we're trying to save material and weight wherever we can. So this will then align to this. So, and like so, and then we're going to group it, and you can see it now should shave us some clearance, and there we go. We have more of that hole. Now, I don't like this hole as much as I thought I did, so we can actually back this out, right? Because again, like that hole can be like that. You see, it can be just right through the other side. Just give us a little bit of space for that screw. But I think what we want is a little more pocket, something like that. And you might say, well, why? Well, the reason why is because we're not cutting threads in this. The Allen key itself is going to, or the Allen key, the grub screw is going to, or I guess what they call them, I don't know the other name for them, but it's going to cut into the PLA for us. Do you guys want to change color? Should we make this center hub blue? because we can. I have pink as well. We could do pink and Polymaker. The white right now is a poly light, and it's being used on another project because we're doing some worker bees for Manchester. You know, you gotta love the city you're coming to visit, right? So when the time comes for Goshen, we're gonna have to do it too. Why that looks so elliptical, I don't know. Let's ungroup this. Why is this looking so elliptical? Ungroup. And why is this here so elliptical? So it's 3 by 6. So what's our diameter? 6 and then 6. So I don't know why it looks so elliptical. That's fine. Whatever. And then we can look at that. And again, we're going to do the same thing again. No tops, no bottoms. And we're going to contour the texture. And we're going to use interlocks. Because remember, the wheel doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to work. And what's our meeting face here? So like we ended up with a 14. That's a little, not too much. So we don't want that again. So let's take a look at this, and we'll take this, and then we'll take our block, and we align our block. And remember, I'm in the tens position, so it gives me what I'm sort of looking for. And this will just come down until we kiss the face like that. So 17.7. So we're actually gaining 3 mil? Yeah, thereabouts. 14 plus 3 is 17, correct? I think that's correct. So we end up with a 3 mil thicker wheel. And again, we're gonna go with the honeycomb core, but you can see now the pocket is not nearly as deep. I wonder in the slicer. So this will be version what 1.2, I guess. So we'll get rid of this, and we're gonna keep this like this. So the wheel here, we're gonna go version 1.2, 1.12 if I can get this 1.12. And then we're going to export that as an STL. And then we're going to do the hub, which is what I call that, right? The hub in the center there. We're going to call the hub a hub. Now, I think that hub could actually be bigger, just looking at it. But I think it gives us the stiffness we're looking for. So then we're going to go hub, right? And actually, we could actually split this all up because we could do something like, I'm gonna do it the right way here. Well, the easy way right here. So this now we'll select the hub, export the hub, and then we'll load that into the slicer. But the other way you could do this is so it would be BattleBot, and I believe BattleBot is one word, and then it would be BattleBot wheel, if I can spell, at slash hub. But the problem is the slash, when you export the file, the slash will only give you hub. So you'd have to then go back in and do BattleBot wheel. Now you might say, well, why are you doing that? Well, when we use the internal search of Tinkercad, we're looking for BattleBot, right? And we don't just want FHW BattleBot. We want FH BattleBot because we're going to be doing a body. We actually have a lifter arm that's different. So there's a bunch of different things we can do. So let's do that. Let's go into Orca Slicer, which right now is showing the voron. But we're actually going to go back in and use you can see here it's showing the voron build plate, right? But that's not what we're using. We could use the voron build plate if we had dual extrusion, but we don't. So now we're going to go back out of the PETG build for the voron. We're going to go into the Artisan, and we're going to come in here and we're going to delete all this. Boop, done, right? And then we're going to save it. So then what we do is we go here. This is the add function. We're going to add both parts, right? And then it's going to say, load these as a single object with multiple parts. The answer is yes. Okay, so then we don't have to assemble anything. So then we're going to make, right here, we go into objects, we go into wheel, and then we hit 2, because that's our TPU, right? We've set the TPU as clear, but the default color is the Polymaker teal, right? I don't know. What do you guys think? Dank, are you still here? Should we change the hub color to blue so we have a differential colors so we know what is solid and what's not?
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay. So we're going to leave sparse infill, loop numbers 3, quality. Can we might have to go in and just sort everything by color. So strength, we got 3 walls. We're going to come in here and we're removing top shell layers, 0. And then we're going to go down here, bottom shell layer, 0. So then we get that clearness in there so we can see the pattern. The other thing, so we want to change, you can see here I've got infill as an option. I'm going to change this to honeycomb. And then I think we're going to leave it at 15%. But what I would like to do is actually thicken. I'm not sure I know how to do that. I would like to thicken supports. But in turn, You'll see here in a second. And then we're going to go back to the hub, which is this part here. We're going to change this. We're going to change this to blue because I want to make sure there's a differential. Because then this, sorry, the TPU is actually going to change to teal. And then what I can show you here, and then the other thing we need to do is when we go back to the wheel, we're going to go in here and we're looking at, wall loops 3, because we split the difference between 6 and 2, right? So we actually we've chosen 3. It does have a rigidity, but it's the core that's the softest. Then we're going to look at multi-material. We want, on this one, we want it all TPU. This will all be TPU. Right, and then we're going to go here and we're going to make sure. So we've got fuzzy skin. We're going to turn fuzzy skin onto contour. Then we're going to go to standard displacement, and instead of extrusion or combined, we could try combined. We didn't try combined last time. And then fuzzy skin noise, we're going to go ridged multifractal because that's what I used last time, and it gives us that texture. We're not messing with any of that stuff because I'm not sure. And then what we're going to go in here, we're looking at speeds. We'll leave the speeds alone, see what happens, because the parameters should override that. Then we go back to quality, double check our quality on everything. One of the things we can do is we want to, so we got 15% infill, walls, frequency, right? That's what everything's determined. We're going to go into global settings though. And we're going to leave everything alone. We're actually going to change away from cubic to honeycomb. No, let's go triangles. Because that'll give us triangles. That'll give us on the object here, because it won't override, because we've already overridden all this. And I'll show you once we slice it. But it'll give us the triangles inside the hub, or inside the hub assembly. And then what we want to do is infill combination. That's very important. And then the other thing we want to do, because these are all global settings, so unless we change them, so our first layer is 2, and our layer is 24. We could go bigger if we wanted, but we'll leave that what we want. We're looking for, not sure where it is, I forget what section it is. Remember, I always use thick bridges. I know it definitely isn't the way most people do it, but I like it. We're not worried about flushing. We want interlocking beams. So you can see there, interlocking beams. So it's going to lock the hub to the TPU. So the PLA is going to lock to the TPU, and you can have that opportunity, right? And then the other thing we're going to go over is we're going to go other, and we want no brim. Okay, because we're testing, and we don't want brims because brims get in the way, and the brim would end up printing in PLA anyway because we're in the general settings. I'm going to now switch out the center because we only have TPU in the Polymaker Teal, and we have the Polylight Max, which is actually, it's not Polylight Max, it's what is it? Polymax PLA, I believe that's what it's called. Let me go look. CA. Can you tell I go to the Polymaker website a lot? So we're going to filaments, and it is the Polymax PLA. And then we've got the blue. Hi there, can I help with anything? No, you can't help it. It'd be great if we had some purple, but we're going to, actually, it'd be better if it was white, because that's the colors Polymaker uses, is white and teal. You guys probably can't see that. Let me hide this. You can see there, that's what we're using for our core. So, let's do that, and then let's slice. Let's slice and see what it looks like. So we're going to slice, so we go back into Orca Slicer, because that's what we use. We do use Lubin for the milling, but we use Orca Slicer for the... Now, adjustable variable heights, I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to leave it alone. So then we're going to slice. So we're still, but we got more core in there now. You can see we have more core. That is still really pocketed, which is what we want. And then we've got on the outside, you can see the fuzziness. And then in the inside, we have all of that lovely, honeycomb design. I think that's enough walls. I think it's very flexy. It's very flexy. Again, there's some settings in Orca that I wish that it would use similar to the bamboo, where we could just paint our texture on, but we can't. So we're stuck with doing contour. I'm going to go heat the machine. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to heat the machine up and then switch out to the Polymax PLA for a blue Polymax PLA. Okie dokie. So now it's time to test that wheel. So we've bored it out, right? Because we want it to slip on. If we were really worried about we could heat and press them on, but I don't want to do that. The other thing would be to do like locking hubs, right? But let's try this first and see. I don't know. Maybe we put maybe we do it one top layer. Let's just, before we go and get too excited about it, let's do one top layer, because I think one top layer won't hurt us on weight. So we're into strength. We're going to here triangles. We're going to go top layers. I guess we got to go into object, and then we want to go in here. Go on the wheel. We're going to go strength. We're going to go one top layer, and that maybe we'll get less compression on it. Pardon me. And it should just fill that, because there's a void in here. You'll see. There you go. So it does. We still get all that loveliness, but it is giving us a core rigidity that's a little bit higher. So we're still only about 1:45 per. So you figure if you're charging $1.50 an hour, they're $3 wheels. If you're charging $3.50 an hour, they're $7 wheels plus material, right? So it's totally up to you. I gotta get the key. Hold on. And what I say is, like, we want that wheel to slip on, but we want it not too slippery, because then we're only using the retention of the one grub screw. So let's see if we can get it to work, right? So what I want to do is I probably want to go in here first and delete out the old files. I don't know if BuiltOverBot is super proud or not, but he should be. The BuiltOverBot team, just so you guys know, I am actually right now printing some of their honeybees. So we're gonna get rid of this. We could do another nameplate later, but we gotta get this wheel going. So what other projects do we need done for Smurf? Seth, if you could send me that info on Discord, maybe I will buy a table, because it's not that much. It's 180 pound. So it's not that much. I just don't know what we would be doing. Like, we have nothing to bring, do we? Because I chose to do carry-on this time. So, but I think that people would, I don't know if people even over in Europe know who I am. So is it worth having a table and meeting people? And we have so few maker chips. We're not bringing like 500. We're bringing like 100, right? So. Okie dokie. So, are you guys seeing? You guys are seeing. So, we're gonna run this. So we're gonna run it.
Run it.
Like, just running wild, right? Again, like I said, I wish I could turn off that texture on the core. I really wish I could. But we'll see. Maybe it doesn't need that top layer. I don't know, because this one's okay. Like, this one is super squishy, but we have way more infill now, because this was at 10%. We're gonna go to 15, and we have a thickness more. So we'll try it. Because like I said, we're trying to get the best wheel we can with the least amount of material, right? Because we want to keep the weight down. We want as much weight to go into the tooling and the weapons on this. The other thing we could do, because we do have some material that we could run, is should we take a look at the shovel? Because I don't remember if the shovel printed well or not. There's our polymaker. So should we come back here? So that's our updated wheel. So I don't need this, and I don't need this. What did you not want there? What do you mean? Also, hello, Jaden. How are you, friendo? So we're gonna. Okay, so the other option is to bundle these. We're gonna bundle these as well. So so it is a separate item still in there, right? But we're gonna bundle it. Yeah, it's. I don't know. What do you guys want me to have a booth? Would that be better? I know that there's a lot of talk about wanting me to have a booth over on what's my word here? Over on yeah, that's so wild. It's funny that they went to all metal though. It's gonna make it heavier, which is good, but it's also gonna be more expensive than polycarbonate. But they probably couldn't source the polycarbonate, so it's my Maker World stuff. Nothing too exciting here. Again, go download your chip holders. They're good. Or make your own. You can make your own too. That's a good idea. The bow tie's out. I kind of feel like we should do the bow tie again. But again, I want to do dual color. I'm just such a way, right? So let's take a look at. Oh, should we take a look at and see what Maker Viking's doing? This is cool. So someone asked me recently why I keep doing this. Not in a support of you're doing great, keep going kind of way, which is we believe very much in Tinker Atlas. The link is in the write-up. More like a practical question. Why pour 12 to 14, sometimes 18 hours a day into a project that doesn't pay you? Why not just get a regular job and build Tinker Atlas? Oh, we had that conversation. I sure hope that wasn't me. Because I really like Tinker Atlas, but that's how I feel sometimes. Sometimes I think, is this streaming thing really successful? And then the answer is yes. I do this for the love of it, and if you're pursuing your dream, yeah, do it, right? That's a fair question. I think it is a fair question. Like if somebody said to me, Maker, why do you keep doing this? You don't make a lot off it. It's not really opening doors for you. The thing is, maybe it's not about that. Maybe it is just about pursuing the love of it. I've asked myself more than a few times than I'd like to admit it. That's fair, Maker Viking. Just know that I'm here for you. Oh, by the way, we're gonna tweet you out just in case. Kind of tweet you out, brother. He's gonna be like, oh, I know, I see what you're doing, because he has the alerts on. He has the alerts on. Okay, so let's go back to what you're saying. The honest answer is that I've done a regular job thing: construction, IT, digital marketing, product management, leadership roles. Spent years at Norway's largest computer and electronics web shop. See, you guys are so smart. You guys are always so smart. I'm just a mechanic. I had the kinds of jobs where you get a paycheck every month and you can plan your life around it, which is, we all want that, right? We all want to have a stable life, right? I know what stability feels like, and those were fine jobs, even some were good, but none of them felt like this, and I agree. Just so you know, Maker Viking, I'm on your side, brother. There's something very special about what we're doing right now. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if you're sort of not in the space or you don't understand what I do. I get it, dude. I feel you. What keeps me building is the same thing that got me into 3D printing 6 years ago. Me too, buddy. I got started with the Ender 3 V1. It's the same itch that's driven me to publish over 40 plus designs. See, let's go! And they're good. His stuff's really good. Spent thousands of hours tinkering with printers and sculpting these. Did you guys know that Maker Viking actually has his own printer design? I love making things, especially making things that help others make things. Ooh, look at you. Maker Viking Inception. Tinker Atlas started because I looked at the maker community and saw a gap nobody was filling. Yes, nature abhors a void. If you won't do it, somebody else will. I always tell people that. Whatever you're building, if you don't build it, someone else is gonna. We were scattered across Reddit threads, Discord servers, Facebook groups, Instagram reels. I agree. Centralization. We need centralization for makers. I totally agree. It's fine to have all that other stuff too, but when you want to be able to turn a website on and find people, I agree. Your project's complete with cat videos and political arguments and thirst traps, right? Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And oh, the political arguments drive me up the wall. Your printer mods disappear in the algorithm. Feels like you've forgotten them an hour later. Absolutely, it does. I totally agree, dude. My latest post was like 140 views, right? Like 140 views. Come on. Tinker Atlas doesn't really feel like mine anymore. I mean, in the best possible way. It belongs to the triple X makers who use it. Phrasing? The people who post their builds, log their printer mods, write in their project journals, argue about slicer settings in the feed. My name is on the code, but the the community is what makes it feel real. I feel you, dude. I often say our maker. I often say our Tinker Atlas, but it's not ours. It's yours. But I feel you. It is ours. It's a community thing now. I love you, dude. Probably sounds idealistic. It is. But some of us just got to be idealistic, man. Maybe it is. Look at that. See, you agree with me. But but you can't start a conversation with but. But there are real things about idealism. It builds real things when you stick with it long enough. That's true. I've been here on Twitch for 5 years. Tinker Atlas exists. Uh, People use it every day. Makers in the 32 plus countries each have found each other on it. Found each other on it. Projects are being documented, knowledge is being shared, and the community is being formed. That doesn't depend on an algorithm to survive. It's true, because we get lost. If you talk to the lovely cosplayer community, they get lost in the algorithm unless they're thirst trapping, which is a totally different animal, and you know how much I hate that. I think the maker community, of all communities, understands what it means to pour yourself into a project. You know the feeling of spending 40 hours on a print and it fails at 95%. I know that one well. You know what it is like to redesign something for the 5th time because the tolerances weren't right. We're going through that project right now. You know the gap between vision in your head and reality on the build plate. Yep. Some things you dream, they just can't be printed. They can't. Not right now. You know, where is it here? And see, again, it should be comma, but what do I know? And you know why you keep going anyway, because the thing you are building matters to you. I agree, couldn't agree more with you. I've built so many things, and everyone always asks me, what's your favorite design? I don't have a favorite. They're all my favorite. I wouldn't build them if I didn't like them. I won't pretend that there aren't hard days. Solo development has its weight to catch to it that catches you off guard sometimes. Yeah, especially the burden of, oh, well, we need this update, we need that, we need this, right? I totally understand. And the financial side is real. Yes, doing this for free, doing this content for free, and you guys enjoying it, it is hard to do. Yes, absolutely. But we wouldn't do it if we didn't love it, right? I've been working on this full time for over 8 months without income from the project, covering shortfalls from his own limited finances when needed. Yep, he pays for the web hosting, all the development. Remember his time, and covering shortfalls whenever just isn't possible anymore, and I'm honest about that. If you don't know he's actually put up, you can fund him. Every dollar matters. It does. Same with me, every dollar matters. What building Tinker Atlas feels like every single day. And the good ones, when the days when someone posts a build they're proud of, or a new maker signs up and starts exploding, those days make it make every hard one worth it. Yeah, so if he's having a rough day and he sees something cool, it makes him feel better. I agree. I love seeing you guys succeed. I won't. But the reason I'm writing this isn't to talk to you about what's hard. It's to answer the question, why do I keep building? Because the maker community deserves it. That's altruistic. I understand what you're saying. I agree. Because every week Tinker Atlas gets better, and because the community that it's forming is proof that the idea is right. The idea is right. I agree. As of right now, we have 0 funds this month. The counter reset 5 days ago, and the full 350 for the servers, dev tools needs to come from somewhere before March 19th. Everything above that helps me work towards the point where I can actually self-sustain, or where I can actually sustain myself while doing it, which is possible. It's possible going on long term. If you want to support Tinker Atlas at tinkeratlas.com/pricing, Ko-fi at Maker Viking, or PayPal at paypal.me/Maker Viking. Monthly subscriptions through Tinker Atlas or Ko-fi matter because most of it they turn monthly resets something I actually plan around. But honestly, Even just telling another maker about Tink Atlas is worth it. Every new face in the community makes more sustainable in the long run. Growth is a rising tide. I keep building because I believe in what this is becoming, and I hope you do too. Absolutely. So if you can support, please support. Absolutely. Beautiful man, well written, and full of heart. We love you, dude. And thank you for all. Thank you. Oops, gotta help. Gotta space it right. Thank you for all the heavy lifting. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Can I do anything? No, I can't do anything with this. Only 20 people have read it? Oh, you guys need to read that more. Here we go. I'm going to put this into chat. And I know YouTube chat sucks. I am aware. I am well aware. But here it is here. Yep. Go check it out. Give him some love. Keep him working. Because it is just amazing what he's doing. Let's go home and see what else we can do here. He tonight will be on Unspooled. I love these guys. So Unspooled episode 8, being joined by Maker Viking, and there's his Twitch, there's Layers, and YouTube with Moji and Moji 3D. So it's 5 p.m. So that's about an hour from now. Just keep working, guys. I don't know how many times I've been told, just keep working, just keep doing it. He wrote a book. You guys should check that out. It's very exciting. Just keep doing it. Captain Kern, we love you. You're a good dude. Some stuff from me. And just keep going, guys. Keep going. Should we do a post? What do we got here? What are you guys? You guys are just talking to me? Smurfette. Just keep doing. I don't know how else to help you guys, but I think promoting it, showing it. Remember, I'm always here, always on this platform, trying to get as much attention to it as possible. And just post your work. The thing about posting your work is, if he does end up with corporate sponsors, they can see what you're working on, right? They can see what you're doing. You can see I put a lot of time into this. I really do believe in it. It is slowly growing. People need to add it to their social media cycles. And I know it's easier to have a bigger audience on other stuff. I get that. But this will become very important in the future. And he's got to struggle through. I don't know. It's really hard to keep it all funded. I feel the same way with all my projects. Without companies supporting me with materials, I don't know what I would do. Honestly, I don't know what I would do. I would continue designing, but I wouldn't be able to test nothing. I wouldn't be able to do nothing, right? So just keep it up. Automation and self-manufacturing or cottage industry manufacturing is a huge deal. Yeah, it's a huge deal. So, again, huge shout out to Maker Viking. What else we got here? This is just me. This is just me. Go support me where you can. We're working on the wheel. We're doing that. So we have space on a printer. Should we design something new? What do you guys think? We just did a wheel. I'm gonna need some feedback today, guys. Oh, the other thing is maybe we can go find a baby belt. You guys should check this out. Baby belt. So there's the baby belt super kit. Here we go. There's the GitHub. Oh, this is old. But let's take a look at it. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Right now, get an A&W teen burger.
Oh, I could go for a hamburger. Oh, I have pizza. Hold on. I'm going to get some pizza before we do this.
Oh, man.
Oh, there's our boy. I know, dude. I know. I shouldn't have said anything. It's mean. I know. But I'm going to get some pizza.
A&W commercials.
Oh, they're brutal, right?
They heard you talking.
They're brutal. A&W is brutal, man. It's delicious, too. Got some pizza from a local pizza place last night while I was on Discord, chatting away, talking trash and having fun. Love you guys. We are actually ending doing more Discord nights, so we need to set a schedule for me to be there. I will probably, when I'm in the UK, I'll probably have some time to sit on Discord with you guys. I do have a lot of things sort of planned for me while I'm over there, which is good, keeping me busy. And yeah, I'll be seeing the Paris airport. I've never seen the Paris airport, but it's going to be cool. And then, yeah, we need a project, a small project that we can print in. Should we just do a bowl before we get into this? Should we do a bowl and then just throw it on the
Yeah,
machine?
why not?
Let's do a bowl. So we know our max sizes, right? 120. But let's do some stupid things. Okay, so
Yeah, dude, I do stupid things all the time.
do you? What stupid things do you do?
Yeah, I'm doing stupid things right now.
There you go. So let's make a big cube. This cube is going to be 120 by 120 by 120. And you say, well, what's that all about? That is our max volume for the voron. So we can't make anything bigger than that. So everything we can compare to, we'll do that. So I think we're going to do some bars. We're going to make these 116. And we're going to make them, say, 3 mil. And we're going to bring them up. And then we're going to copy them. And we're going to do like that. And like, oops, forward. Then we're going to copy it. And then rotate it a little bit more. And then rotate it more. And then rotate it more. And then what I think we're going to do is we're going to take a, which doesn't show automatically, we're going to take one of these. And we're going to make this bad boy. Can we do this? What do we do? What's 116? Let's do 118. Undo. So we want to shift 118. I cannot today, so let's do the thing. FHW. What do you call it? Spike wall? Let's make something cool. And if we run out of filament, not a big deal. So we want this to be solid. We want this to be solid. And we want to turn our steps up. Ooh, they changed the numbers again. So we'll make this 116. Then we're going to take this, and we're going to rotate it. And you say, well, what's going on now? So now we're going to copy it, and we're going to take another one, and we're going to make it 112. That's going to be a hole, and then we're going to raise it all the way to the, so we're going to take this, and we're going to align center on center, boop, just like that, and then we're going to punch a hole through it, right? And then there's our bowl. And we're kind of maxed out sizes, but we're going to do some weird stuff here, so hold on. Don't mind me while I have a little bit of pizza, because I am definitely feeling sugar shock. Okay, so now, come up. Perfect. We're going to ungroup this. And then we're going to make sure we have this block just so we can fit all this together. We're going to group it.
Oh man, I asked the wife to bring home KFC tonight.
Ooh, KFC, yum. So there you go.
It's fast food night.
Ooh, fast food night. Nice. Calorie rich night, as they say.
Sure.
I'm going to have to clear the machine here, but we're going to make a bowl. Why are we making a bowl? Because we can make a bowl.
That almost looks like the Fallout planters.
Kind of, yeah.
You could put holes in the fence. There you go.
What do you mean?
The Fallout planters.
Can you send me an image?
Like... Oh, heck yeah, I can.
Because then maybe I'll do that.
Heck yeah.
Why not?
I don't know.
I don't like how sharp these bottom corners are, so we're going to probably cut those off. And what we can do is we can take this, copy it over here, ungroup. Then what we can do is we can change these, so we can bevel these. I'm waiting on Dank to send me something, but we can bevel these. Make them smooth like that one, right? And then we just got to make sure it sits down on the build plate, which is really important, right? It's going to be okay. Okay, let me see this. Oh, I can make that. Absolutely, I can make that. Let me look at that again. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, I gotta look at that.
Dude, I'd print it. I'd put a little plant in there. It's perfect time to plant your seeds for like your herbs.
Yeah, absolutely. I just gotta make sure I have this so I can see both images at the same time.
You have a little seed starter, don't you?
I do. Absolutely, I do. So these
Excellent.
are... How are we gonna do these? Well, there's only 4, so I can live with that. So we can get rid of... So where's our center? This is our center one? Let's take this. Can we rotate that to center? That is our center. We'll make these wider. So let's go down here. I'm gonna have to make these from scratch. Let's try it. Let's do this all from scratch. Move all this out of the way. There's our concept right there. So we're gonna do, actually we're only doing 4 and we're doing about 45s, but I gotta figure out how to do that. So I need a square. And then how do I do that? That's a good question. Because I want to put pockets on it. So let's make this 2 mil. That's not going to be enough, but we'll take it out. So our height is like, we want to be no bigger than 116. Sure. But then we'll come down, say 100. And we'll bring them out like that. Because we're going to end up cutting a bunch of this away. And then we're actually going to make this 5 mil. Because we need to make a pocket. Now, it's just like a triangle that follows the arch. And I don't know how to do that right now. But let's try something here. Let's do close to that. So this is going to come in here. This is going to come up like this. And we're going to leave a little space at the bottom. We're going to come in like this. And then this is going to be, say, 1.5 mil. And then we want to bring it to the top. Like that. And then the blue one, oops, undo. The blue one, we want to come up just a little bit more. I think that's not right, so let's try this. Nope, I want this. I want this. I'll take this to the top of this. So we're going to take this out of here, this out of here. We're going to align to this. Nope. I'm going to take these two and align. Okay, and then what we're going to have to do is cut that back. But how can we do that? So we're going to take this. How big is this? This is 20 mil. So I want that to be 10. Sure, I can live with that. So then this is going to come down. So this will cut this. So I want this to be parallel with that. There we are. So then we're going to take this, cut this. And this is total height of what? 94? 94. So this can actually come up just a little bit. No. Yeah, we can come up to that. So actually we're going to set a bar here. And our goal is 100 mil. I just want to be 100 mil. There we go. So that's going to be our maximum height. So then this comes down here, like this. Yep. And then, so can we, so we're going to keep that sharp point there, but can we come up in such a way like that? And then cut that again. I think we can. So then we'll take this. This is our imaginary block. We'll take this and we'll align to the bottom of this, which we are, and then we'll align center, and then we'll make this bigger, and then we'll cut that off. And then what we're going to do is we're going to see this. This is what height again? This is 1.5, so this will end up being 1.5. Nope, that's not what I want. I want just my height to be 1.5. I was holding too many buttons at the same time. 1.5. We'll come up here, parallel to the outer edge. It's not quite right. So this and this is a little bit ugly. So we're going to take this and we're going to make it parallel to the outside. It is parallel to the outside. So what is my problem here? There's my problem. So I need to come out. I need to get out of the 1's position. I need to get to the 10's position. I want to come out and I want to meet right there. And then, so we get a kind of like a little arc in there. And then what are we doing? So that's our height, right? We're making our height. We're going to keep that sharp corner. It would be cool if we rounded it out, but I don't know how to do that. So then we need to punch a hole in this. So this, I guess this joins. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, okay. And then we take a hole, and we're going to put a 20 mil hole in there, which we won't need. So we're going to come down and say 15, 1.5. Come down like that. I don't know what I'm doing, but we'll do the thing, and we'll figure it out after, right? And then we're gonna do a 10 mil hole above it. Make this 10. So we get that variant, and that. Are they parallel? No, they're not parallel, so it doesn't matter. So then we'll make that a hole, and then we'll sink that through it. I don't like that, so that's gonna come over a little bit. I don't think we're doing this right, but it's okay, because it doesn't matter. Okay, so that is our leg, and I think we end up, because we wanted to use this as negative space, but I don't know what we're doing. So we don't need this anymore, we need this. This is our negative space, which then aligns to this. That doesn't do us any good. So this has got to come in. I should have done this in 1's position, but whatever. So we're just going to make sure that we get to the very edge. Get that, and then we're going to come in 2 mil. Let's go 4 mil. And then, so how tall is this? This is 100 mil. Why is this not 100 mil? Is this, how big is this? This is 102. We're going to make it 100. There. Now, we have 100 mil, right? And we want this to be, say, 100 and 110. So then we need this blue thing to be our negative space, but I think we end up taking it apart. I'll be honest. I think so. So then we're going to take this apart. This is negative space. So we need another one of these. Copy this, and then we hit D. And then we shift with this one. They both become negative space. We group them. We then group it to this. And then these two sink down into it, like so. Yep. Then we group it. This. And we need to undo everything, but we're good because we kind of know what we're doing. We want to put a bevel on this. We'll put a bevel on 1. Soften it. There we go. Now we're cooking. And then this can come down just a little bit. Do you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm doing, Dank?
Yeah.
So, sort of It's not going to be because we're not following. The only way to get that arch is to like cut out a blank, which we should probably do. But we'll try this one first, and then if we like this one, we can do an improved one, right? Okay. So we're going to group all this, and we're going to just see how it looks. Okay. Now, we want these at 45 to center. So we kind of have an option here, but there is no main one. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, align to center on this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move these in. They can be a little shorter though, a little more squat like that. And then this can move in. And what I want to make sure to do, actually we probably want to be parallel to this. So actually I want to ungroup this, and I want to turn this till it's 90. So this is going to be yellow, because this is our sample, right? This is going to align to the outside of this, and we'll see what it looks like. How does that sound? And then we'll put it in the middle of it. And it is too big, but we can fix that. So we can take this, and we can actually draw back arc. What are you laughing about?
My dog knocked the trash can over.
Oh. Okay, so there we go. So now, because we want that to be in the center though. We want that to be like that. So now what we can do though is there are a couple things we can do. We can ungroup this, and we can take our little triangle friend. Can we take our little triangle friend? No. We're doing too much in one spot. That's fine because we're already on center. So our little triangle friend, we want him to come out like that, and then probably want it to come down like that. Yep, that's what we want. And then this can come down. Sort of. Yeah, okay. I'm cool with that. Okay, so then this all reconnects. That gives us our punch out. And then what we want to do is we want to realign this to center. And then we want to take this guy, we want to copy him, and we want to come to this end. We want to align it to this outside edge, and then what we're going to do is take this red one and flip it. Flip it and reverse it like Missy Elliott says. And then what we're going to do is we're going to group these bad boys.
Missy Elliott says.
Listen, I'm not the boss here, okay? I just do the thing. So, okay.
That was smooth.
You like that? That's clever, right? So we take that, and then we want to set that to 45. And then we'll take this one, and we'll copy it, and we'll rotate it this one. We're going to rotate it the opposite way, 45. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come in here, delete this out, delete this out, delete this out, and then we're going to actually make this a little bit smaller. Can I get the middle guy? No? There we go. So this guy here, we're going to actually make, let's make it 110. Boop. And then we're still going to be parallel to the very top. We could elongate if we want to, but that'll give us, it should give us the same gapping all the way around, which is, what's 116 less 110 is
beautiful.
Like 3.5 mil wall. And then we have to double check that this is flat, and this is flat, and this is flat, because we don't know, right? So we're going to double check everything. And actually, take this, and we can just come down just a little bit like that. So these here have to be grouped. And then we're going to take them, and we're going to align center on this. There we go. I don't know why. Is that a line, or is that not a line? I'm not sure. It's okay. And then we just take the whole thing, and we're done with all this extra stuff. All this stuff out here, it don't matter no more. So we take all this, right? Group it.
Seventeen and a half minutes.
For what?
For this?
Oh, well, okay.
Boom.
But we have a problem. And the problem is... See, these should not be overlapping. They aren't overlapping. Okay, so it was just a graphical error. That's fine. We'll just ungroup everything, and we'll make it one thing, and hopefully the graphic error goes away. I don't know if it'll get picked up. Yeah, remember how I was telling you, like, having a dedicated show for design for me is like, once I get going, it doesn't... The show would be over in like 2 hours.
Do like 50 things.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Is there 2 of these? Nope.
I'm working on 3 projects right now.
Are you?
Yeah.
Hello.
You lit a fire under my butt.
Hello there. Who just joined
3?
us?
Those are rookie numbers.
Is that you, Sniper? Remember,
Yep.
you got to introduce yourself when you come in, because I don't remember, right?
Yeah, 3's rookie numbers. Add a 0 to that, and you might catch me.
No.
I am a rookie.
you should have 3 to 5 projects going at all times. That's what my old man used to say. He said, Maker, you get so worked up about everything, you should have 3 to 5 things. Okay, so there is definitely something wrong here.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the bench.
Yeah, but you never finish projects. You are like well known for not finishing projects there,
I have
Sniper.
6.
So
I've got 3 group builds that aren't finished.
yeah, exactly. Unacceptable.
And one of them's because I don't have a place to put it yet, so I just left it in its current state.
So far today, we've done tires. We've redesigned some tires. We've watched some videos on filament recycling. I'm running some gifts for the people of Manchester when I get there. See, that fixed it, right? See that now.
Bunch
And I'm eating pizza because I'm a jerk.
Well, Yesterday I got my 0 painted, the Kingfisher primed, the crappy MiG-3 primed, and my P400 primed.
To steal the naming nomenclature from Bearded Printer, because of course we steal from other designers whenever we can, because they're smarter than we are. We now are stealing a design from nowhere, I guess. Should we bevel that outside edge? I don't know.
Is it stealing or long-term borrowing?
It's straight up stealing. They say smart things and I copy it. Okay, we'll export this, and then we're gonna throw it on the printer. I gotta clear the printer first though. But I can even dry brush this out silver, Dank, so that it's more like the picture.
Oh, that'd be sick, dude.
Oh, yeah, and I spent the
make
rest
stuff
of the
and do
day.
things. Just so you know, Sniper,
Filling
we
out
are
websites.
live on YouTube.
Oh.
Yes, so I that's why you gotta tune into the show, man. Gotta tune into the show. But we are live on YouTube. We're just having some fun.
I didn't know you did YouTube.
I didn't, and the reason why I am is because there's been lots of advice to me to get my name out there because people are sick of like me waiting to do it. So they were like, "Hey, you need to do YouTube," and I was like, "Meh," and they're like, "You need to do YouTube tomorrow," and I was like, "Okay." So every Wednesday we're on YouTube, 12 noon Pacific to anywhere from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. And the reason why, there's a couple of reasons, but the reason why this matters is because I sort of I pay attention to other creatives in the space. And the touch of advice that was given by one of the largest known live streamers. She's quite rich. She said, you need to be on YouTube. Boundary beds? What are you talking about? What? No, this is... How big is this? Did I screw this up?
That's random.
Motto is too close to boundaries. Disable spiral lifting or keep a 3.5 mil... Okay, range? Oh, it is too big. Okay, so we're going to have to scale it down. So, I don't know... Can you guys see? Yeah, so... Sorry, I was in the slicer. Let me show you. I'm in the slicer, and it does not like this. My volume. See, it exceeds volume on the plate boundaries, and it won't arrange. Oops.
Where are?
So we can't arrange it. So we're gonna have to make it smaller, which is fine. But let's take a look at this. So what is my width? 116 by 116. So it says I'm in the right size, but we don't like that. So we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to downscale it to 100. And then we're going to stretch it to say 110. And then, so this is, of course, we version everything. So this is version 1.1. And then we take this and we export it. And we should have kept the original version. We should have copied and pasted the original version, but we didn't. So we're going to delete this bad boy out. I'll bring you back to the slicer. Oh, you guys can see the slicer. Okay, cool. I will now import version 1.1. Is it complaining? Arrange. It is not! There we go. So it was that simple. It didn't like how far out we were. So what we did is we actually decreased it and then re-increased it. And that's one of the nice things, right? Now, interesting note, it's not asking for supports.
That's ideal.
Well, if it doesn't ask for supports, that's pretty cool.
That's because the base is the supports for it?
No, it's because the way I designed it is magic. Honeycomb, we're going to go 8%. Infill combination. We're going to go down to 2 walls, so it's kind of transparent. And then quality. 2.4, da-da-da-da-da. Arachne, yep. Infill first, nope. Oh, it would be cool to do with all infill, though. Just infill. We'd have to make the legs bigger, but then it would just be honeycomb shaped. I don't know how to do that, though. How can I, yeah, I'd have to do it in pieces. And then we're going speed. We're not worried about that. We're not worried. We definitely don't want supports. We're looking in here. We're looking in here. Don't bridge supports or don't support bridges. We'll leave the prime tower on. We will definitely not worry about interlocking beams. We'll not look at... Oh, other. We want to disable brim. We do not want a brim. No brim. Vase mode. Ooh, vase mode. I don't think it'll work if we do vase mode. We could give it a fuzzy skin. You guys want to try to do fuzzy skin? Let's do fuzzy skin contour. Displacement, classic. Let's do billow. Let's go back here. Let's preview. You can see slicer, right? Yeah, you see the slicer. Oh, dude, the inside is smooth. $9 hours. It won't give me the filament weight, but it will give me... I don't know. What do you think? I think we should do it. I think that's cool. I'm going to do it because it's cool. Then we go print. Upload. And it's off to the races. Why it's not showing this screen again? It does that weird thing where it's like it doesn't show the screen like it's supposed to.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Yep, off to the races, as they say. Nope, that's not right. Why is it not selecting Orca? There we go. It's because it's misnamed. And I don't know why it's not going to my device settings. It should be. Well, let's close this and see if it'll refresh the device settings. Nope. Why won't you do device settings? Maybe I'll have to bring it up. Yeah, it's weird. It won't give me device settings. But anyway. So we preview this. We go to device. It should bring up... Nope, it's not doing it. Let's go back here. There it is there. There's the device settings. Maybe it was because I have a different window going or something. But yeah, so there you go. So we just accidentally designed a vase that, or vase or cup, bowl, whatever you want to call it. Thanks, Dank. If you guys don't know, Dank has been very adamant to try and make the show more consistent. And what I was saying to him was that it doesn't take me very long to design something. And he timed me, and he's like 17 minutes to make that. Add 3, say 20 minutes. And would you say, Dank, from the reference photo, because you know what the reference photo and they don't, would you say that is in the same spirit as the reference?
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. As I always tell you guys, make stuff and do things. Yes, my Coca-Cola is a little flat, but that's okay. So we're just waiting for the machine to heat. I gotta double check my heats on the machine because I think I changed the settings.
Make stuff. I make stupid stuff like that. The high-powered magnet.
I think it's great. I think that we, like you said, we need to start doing a few more mechanical projects here on the channel. But yeah. I don't think it's a huge deal. So why is it not going to 245? Oh, it's heating. It's saturating the build plate. That's why. It's the prep temp is 230. I thought I changed that, but if you guys don't know, with PETG you want a hot first layer for adhesion. And our first layer is going to be 0.2, not 2.4, but the following layers will be 2.4. And for some reason, we decided to add fuzzy skin. And it looks like our wheel jammed. Why did it jam? I don't know. Oh, what did we didn't mess with the, what's the nozzle size on this? Oh, 4, it's fine. It's just under extruding right now. It'll be fine. It'll fix itself, but yeah, 245. I think it was just a little cold. It didn't do the purge the way it was supposed to. Oh, but it's going down nice now. Who cares? I don't know what's going on over on this machine. We ran that one cycle perfectly fine, and now this cycle doesn't want to run. Figure that one out. Layer inconsistency? Nope. Just fabrication inconsistency. And it's because I am clearly doing something wrong. But we have the bees for Smurf. We have one fail on there. That's fine. I think it's going to be okay. And then the other issue that we're having is the wheel, but I don't know why, to be honest with you. Because the other one ran well. We're about 20%. The bees are the bee's knees, as they say. The bee's knees are 50% done. But they actually get, once they get through most of it, they get faster because it's actually got little wings. And then I don't know what's going on with the voron, but it's running. And it's going to be a cool little vase, whatever. And we're good to go. So, like, we make stuff and do things here on the Free Heathen Workshop. And I hope you guys enjoy it, because I know I do. Because I think I feel the exact same way that Maker Viking feels. I think sometimes you just do it for the love, and there's really not much else you can do about it. You know what I mean? You just do it for the love, and sometimes you just get stuck with, sometimes it's going to cost you. I do understand that a lot of people don't understand why I monetize so hard, but it's so I can do more. I want to do more, as they say. I just want to do more. And that filament recycling machine was dang exciting, if you ask me. Straight up dang exciting. So, I gotta email that lady. This is junk. This is gotta be filled with maker chips. We have to do some two-color maker chips. So if the community wants to suggest or send me a maker chip that's two-color, I will run it on the Artisan. Now, interesting thing about the Artisan is when we loaded 100 maker chips on it, the slicer was unable to slice my 200 maker chips. Or my 100 maker chips. So that project didn't go anywhere. But there's always more to work on. There's always more to work on. So if you guys have any advice, we could play with I have a selfie stick and we do have that gimbal. I don't know. Should we record a video and then put it on Instagram of us recording a video for no reason? That seems like an Instagram project.
Heck yeah.
Right? That seems like something that Instagram would be. That is one of the things. I do know that Maker Viking would say, oh, put it on Tinker Atlas. But we'd have to put it to a host source first. Because that's one of the things that always comes up. It's always got to be a host source. This is empty? What's this? That's empty. And then, yeah. Because I think that
Tinker Atlas should work on a streaming platform, so all of us could move on to Tinker Atlas.
He sort of does. I haven't done it, but there is a content creator section on Tinker Atlas. I just haven't done the thing.
It just like links to Twitch, I think.
It does.
Is cool.
Yes.
It's great.
But I hear what you're saying. You're like, yeah, but I want it just to be straight up Tinker Atlas. The problem is the amount of money that costs for the hosting.
I know.
Value. But do I think
it's insane?
I think that's like kind of the future that he's going to end up going down. He might have to make some sacrifices, which I don't agree with. Don't get me wrong. I think he should be as true to himself as he can. But I think the idea of a website like Twitch that then can retweet or whatever to YouTube, but it's not for all the thirst traps. It's not for all the other stuff. It's for like legitimate crafters and designers. Remember, like 3D printing is actually a really small community right now. How was it not able to slice it? It got to 80%. I can load it up. I'll show you. It got to 80% and then it just froze. It wouldn't give me any more than 80% on the slice for the 100 maker chips. And it was like a 3-day print, so I could have done it. It wasn't a huge amount of filament, but it was just like so many objects. Yeah, it was 100 because like the maker chip is 40 mil and the build plate, but they're 40 mil in diameter. They're not actually 40 mil. So I think I got 100 on there, and it was like a 3-day print. But I think we got it to go kind of one time, but it wouldn't slice the 100 maker chips. So I was like, oh well, but we could try it again, because I don't know. This thing's like being moody. I don't know why it's being moody, but we could do 235. Because sometimes what happens is the filament gets too viscositous, and it can't extrude. It's not fluid enough. Even at high temp, it's not fluid enough because it's got too much like what do they call like a rubber compound? I forget the term for it, but basically the term is that the material can't do the thing. It's like it just can't extrude because it's just too rigid. Or too flexible? I don't know, but it cannot be extruded, so you just got to crank the heat up. Again, it can't be jammed if it's not a solid. So yeah, we're working on the wheels. I switched the wheel colors. So we're not looking at the same color. Because again, one of the nice things about Polymaker is their hex coding. So like every product, if they say it's Polymaker teal, it is Polymaker teal. If they say it's dark purple, it's dark purple across the platform. So very, very consistent. So you can sneak things and stuff. There's a bunch of like sneaky designs you can do where you can hide other materials inside something because it looks the same color. Built Over Bot did infer he would like me to do one of his Bs in flexible material, TPU. And it would be cool because you could do dual color. He's got to pick something that's possible to do in 2 color, and we'll go from there. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Yeah, dual color flexible will be cool. We can go look at the TPU line from Polymaker and see what they have. But we got, yeah. What will we do in 2 color? I don't want to do layer splits. We could do that, but I don't want to do layer splits. I'd like to do it in components like he has, like each piece. I could do that. I could do a big one too. Maybe 150% scale. It's not big. I still have to do we did the huge truck. Let me show you, when I come back in, I'll show you guys the huge truck. The huge truck is awesome. I want to do, I don't know, maybe Facebook Marketplace. I'll put it on there, and then I'll take the money from that, and I'll give that to the food bank. But I don't know, what would you, Dank, you're Mr. Savvy on how to sell things. I'll bring the truck in, and you can tell me. I think it was a 2-day print. Or 1-day print, 28 hours, day and a quarter.
Yeah.
I'll show you. It's currently the largest print of the print-in-place truck, and I did not modify the statistics on it. So, we did have one of the axles break for some reason, but I super glued it back together, and actually what I did was I put an internal collar inside the wheel where it broke. So there's now, it has, not only is it mating, but it has a retaining collar internally, which no one will see because it's concealed inside the object. That's pretty cool. Let's see here. And yeah, Dank, I think we're gonna do. You gotta, Tribe. You're gonna have to remind me, and we will make. We'll grow some more plants this year because I don't think I grew any last year. Okay, so what I was talking about is, so you guys here on YouTube, you may not be savvy, but I have a print-in-place truck. And this one, for some reason, is jammed. Okay, normally it doesn't jam. I don't know why it's jammed. But it came out really, really nice. It's a nice little, it's a little K-truck. We call it our heavy-duty truck, but it's K-truck. I've seen other people design variants of it. I love that that's out there. I love that you guys watch or look at my model and say, hey, I can make that too. That's what I want you to do, okay? But because we're all about pride and mockery and humor, and since I am so lucky to have a giant Snapmaker machine, I made a giant truck. And it rolls.
That's so good.
Isn't that cool? I think I need to put a tray for it. But this is my new favorite filament. Not my favorite production material, but my favorite decorative material from Polymaker. This is the Gradient Starlight Purple. And it's more blue than purple, I will admit. But it is amazing, and it actually didn't end up taking a whole reel, so it's hollow.
Dang.
You can hear it, right? It's hollow, but yeah, it rolls. One of the wheels broke, so what I did was, I took the wheel and I saw where it broke, and I made an insert that goes inside the body, glued it in place, and then re-glued one of the wheels. This would be a great project to take to something like Murph or Smurf, right? Just fun, huge, oversized. People love oversized things. Bring the little guy. Where's the little guy again? So the little guy, you could probably put a bunch of the little guys inside? You totally could. And they're right. You could stack a bunch of them inside. But that is, without a doubt, one of the funner things I've made, and it's just a giant version of one of the things I've already designed. So I don't know. I'd like to sell this off and give the money to my local food bank. Of course, pay Polymaker for the material, right? But it's one reel, so that's fine. It would be fun to do this in Pet G because I think it'd be a little more robust. But the Pet G line is very limited from the Polymaker. They don't have a lot of color choices, but we could go purple. And it's dual color, so the wheels are a separate color, and they fully move. They fully turn.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, I like it. It came out nice. But it's just sitting here. Just sitting here. And I don't know what to price that at, but yeah, something like... You'd probably say, what, $50? Something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, thereabouts. So now I can, if we want to go load maker chips. Oh, see, it did it again. What am I doing wrong? It's probably... That's
50 American, so that's like a bajillion
Canadian. That's probably about 75 Canadian, 65 Canadian. Something like that, right? We are getting a little bit of Pet G warpage on the new vase, but that's okay. We're not worried about it. We'll run the first one, see how it does, and then we can modify the design afterwards. I don't know why the TPU keeps jamming, I'll be honest. You guys are looking at the screen for this is actually the vase that's running right now. But it's got a little warping on the one front side, but it's fine. We can hide it. Turn it the other way, and then we can figure out that. We could have put mouse ears on it, but why put mouse ears on if you don't have to, right? And we're at 1%, and it's 18 minutes. It's a 9-hour print, something like that. So what was I talking about? So this is the vase we made. It's Fallout inspired. Oh, we have a Baby Belt video we can watch. Yes, let's watch a Baby Belt. If you guys don't know, we can do it. Oh, we got to do the slice. That's what we need to do. Slice things and do the things. Do the things. So here we go. So this is what we made. This is one of the two things we made today. We're actually working on a separate tire, which we may have to redo something in the slice because it's being weird. I don't know why it's choosing to be weird. It was fine. We ran the other wheel and it was fine. So I don't know. Let it do its thing, right? If it keeps being a problem, I will pull it off. We'll do another one. We'll do a new slice. So then there's our wheel, which I know you guys like. What's the wheel? It's for the BattleBot. And then we have the amazing Rob Mink. And what show is this? Ooh, we gotta subscribe to Lee Marie. We love Lee Marie around here. This is the incredible Rob Mink. This is the designer of the Baby Belt, the Crooked Crow, and another few machines. He's actually the engineer I went to with the Rototilter 180, because it was going to be the Rototilter 60, but we're going to go 180. You know why? Because we can. And actually, we might make it IDEX. Because we here love IDEX. We're an IDEX fan club here. So let's watch this video. And we'll go from there. Yeah, 8 months ago. So this is got to be... Ooh, did they say? Absolutely. See you at Murph. Okay, so he was at Murph last year. I am actually going all the way to Sanjay Mortimer Rep Festival to meet this man. And I would love to meet Joel Telling. But I don't hold my breath on that one. He's a big deal. And I'm just a small content creator here on Twitch. And I have a few models if you guys want to go check out my models. The easiest way is to Google me, the free Heathen. I know people hate that, but it is honestly the easiest way to find all the stuff I do. Let's take a look at Mr. Rob Mink. It is 2.5 minutes. It is not enough time, but let's give it a go.
Rob, he's the designer of the Baby Belt printer gear. So this is a Baby Belt 3D printer, okay? A Baby Belt Pro. We are on the 2.5 generation. We have Clipper and Marlin versions. A little bit of tweaks, a little bit of tunes from last year. Okay. They're printing much better. From last year, we had some issues last year. So this is a Pro. There's a non-Pro, right? There was a non-Pro. Okay. Yep. That it's not here, right? No, we do not have the Pro. We don't do active dev on the Okay, all right. We don't have the basic. We don't do active dev on the basic anymore, only on the pro. So you made some changes, and now this is the pro version. Right. This is the pro version. This is version 2.5. Okay. There are kits available. How much does one of these cost? All in with plastic and everything, about $350. So do you 3D print your plastic, or would they do that, or?
Or like a
3D print
6-pack
parts
of
yourself.
Krylon
Yep,
next
they're
time.
all available up on GitHub. Gotcha. Yep. Okay. And the belts, does that come with it? How you got custom ones here? How's that work? The belts are for the Fabrico kit are make it yourself, but it's just iron on and cotton fabric. Buy 2 strips, iron them together, you get yourself a belt. Get you a the LDO kit is gonna come with these black belts here. And just comes right off. Look at that. Sticks pretty well, made warping and stuff like that on it. It does. We were printing TPU on it earlier. Belts can be a lot different to print on. Is there any challenges that you run across printing on it or anything like that? Just as long as you keep it tension tight, and you do have to level the bed underneath the belt, zero. But no, other than that, we've had really good luck with these belts. Yeah, it's a really cool project. I like it. I think we might end up building one for the channel soon. Oh, absolutely. I got so many projects that I'm doing, so when I finish some up, I think we're going to go to one of these. So I get that, the UFO issue, unfinished up. Though he's a great guy. Follow him. You got a YouTube or anything? I do have a YouTube. We don't post much on YouTube. Best way to get us is on the Discord. If you want one-on-one conversation or group conversation, or we have printceps.com with a GitHub, and we have a short linker now, babybelt.pro. Which we're going to be. He's the designer of the baby belt printer gear. So this is
Don't you know things will change?
Okay?
Things will go your way.
We're on the second and a half generation. We have Clipper and Marlin versions. A little bit of tweaks, a little bit of tunes from last year. Okay. They're printing much better. From last year, we had some issues last year. So this is a pro. There's a non-pro, right? There was a non-pro before. Yep.
That is sick.
It's not here, right? No, we do not have the pro. We don't do active dev on the. I'm sorry, we don't have the basic. We don't do active dev on the basic anymore, only on the pro. So you made some changes, and now this is the pro version. Right, this is the pro version. This is version 2.5. Okay. There are kits available. How much does one of these cost? All in with plastic and everything, about $350. So do you 3D print your plastic, or would they do that, or? You 3D print the parts yourself. Yep, they're all available up on GitHub. Gotcha. Yep. Okay. And the belts, does that come with it? How you got custom ones here? How's that work? The belts are for the Fabrico kit are make it yourself, but it's just iron on and cotton fabric. Buy 2 strips, iron them together, you get yourself a belt. Get you a the LDO kit is going to come with these black belts here. And just comes right off. Look at that. Sticks pretty well, made warping and stuff like that on it. It does. We were printing TPU on it earlier. Belts can be a lot different to print on. Is there any challenges that you run across printing on it or anything like that? Just as long as you keep it tension tight, and you do have to level the bed underneath the belt, zero. But no, other than that, we've had really good luck with these belts. Yeah, it's a really cool project. I like it. I think we might end up building one for the channel soon. Oh, absolutely. I got so many projects that I'm doing, so when I finish some up, I think we're going to go to one of these. So I get that, the UFO issue, unfinished up. Though he's a great guy. Follow him. You got a YouTube or anything? I do have a YouTube. We don't post much on YouTube. Best way to get us is on the Discord. If you want one-on-one conversation or group conversation, or we have printceps.com with a GitHub, and we have a short linker now, babybelt.pro. Which we're going to be pushing short links through, but just go to printceps.com is the best option. I will put that in the description of this video. All right, thanks, man. Thank you, absolutely. Always good to talk to you. Thanks, good to talk to you too.
Love that guy. We nearly lost him to a terrible motorcycle accident. So very, very lucky to still have him around. So we need to change an iteration of this. I can see right now it's already starting to cause problems, so we're going to take this, we're going to ungroup it. Now, what we need to do is, you can see this little section here. See this little hub that we have here? I think we're going to put a hub on the top and a hub on the bottom. So we're going to do a little bit of iteration work here. So we're going to take this, and we know this is, I think that's 14, so we're going to make this 14. We're going to make it 0.6. That is not 14. What is that? So we're going to take this bad boy, copy this out. That is not 14. Maybe we'll change that hub. No, we want to keep that hub the way it is. So we'll look at this diameter. So this is 10. So we'll make this 9.9, 9.9, and then this 9.9. And then what's our height? Bring it up. Yeah, so it's 2 mil. So we'll go 1.9. So we have an overlap. Then we're going to take this and we're going to align. So that's our little circle. We want to round it out, right? Well, always round it out if you can, because if not, you end up with facets. So we're going to come to here, and we're on the bottom. But what we're going to do is take this. We're going to select everything. We're deselect the center hub group. And now we have a pocket for the PLA to sit in. There we go, right? And it will have overlap with the existing material. And then I think we're going to do the same in the hub here. Actually, we need to undo, go back a couple steps. Okay, so we're going to take this, copy this. We're going to bring it to the top of this. Then we're going to take that, and what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. But what we're going to do is we're going to move that one away, and that one's going to become a solid, but we're going to go 9.9. That is 9.9. So this is going to now become 10. This is now going to become 10. And then we're going to come in here, and this is going to align to the center of this, like so. And then we're going to put a hole in there, group. And then we're going to take this, and we're going to align to this. Nope, we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to align to this, and take this out. And this will give us a more solid hub. And then what we need to do is we're going to ungroup this. And that will give us our hole through everything. And then we made mistakes again. Nope, we didn't. So this will now come to the center of this. Like this, and then that will group. So that gives us our hole on both sides, right? You'll see here. And then we're going to block this one and then group these ones all together, group. And then maybe we just turn off, because maybe that's what we're having problems with is the texturing. So we're going to turn off the texturing, but you can see there's some overlap there, right? And actually we want to ungroup. We're going to do this. We're going to deselect this one, then we're going to group. Nope, we're going to go back one step. We're going to deselect this one. No, we're going to do everything, and then we're going to deselect that center hub, right? And then we're going to group. Nope, we can't do that. What are we going to do here? Because what I don't want to do is I don't want this little cutout. So I think we're going to deselect this one and select this one. And so we're just going to do it the hard way again. So we come in here, we deselect the cutout, group. And then we'll group with this one, group. Nope. It shows a little bit of a nick there, but I don't think I'm going to worry about it. I think I'm just going to leave it. No, we're not. We're going to cut the bottom of this off. So we're going to make this a solid. And then we're going to take a square. We're going to come here, bring our square down, square right there. We're going to cut this. Shouldn't affect anything internally. It does not. Turn that back into a hole, and then we're going to group it. And there we go. So we're not ending up with that little cutout there. Still getting a little wonky, but that's okay. And then, so we don't need this. I think we need a bigger hub, but so we're going to take this. So this is now hub version 3, 1.3. We're going to export that as an STL. Then we're going to take the wheel, and we're going to do wheel version 1.3. export that. No, it's not going to export. Now it's going to export. So I have to go back, because what will happen is it'll export a blank STL. So we got to do that. Then we need to cut this, put it back where it belongs. Paste that, and then we'll take this, and then we'll export the wheel as 1.3. Again, you know, my naming procedure is not very good here, so it is what it is. Then we're going to go back into Orca Slicer, which I can turn back on so you guys can see what I'm doing. Boop. And then we're going to go prepare, and then we're going to move away from that machine. We're going to move to the Artisan, discard. We're going to get rid of this, and then we're going to open this. And we got to cut this. This needs to get cut. Then we're going to put it over where it belongs, because I lose stuff, and if you lose stuff, you don't know what you're doing. Paste. So then we're going to do wheel and hub. Open. We're going to make as one object, but we're going to hit. We're going to go down here to objects. We're going to select wheel, make it the hub. And then, so now we have the hub. We have a hub interface on both sides. I don't think it's going to pull apart, but it's one of those things. Now we need to go through, and we're going to turn off wall. We're going to turn off tops, enter, and we're going to turn off bottoms, enter. So 0, right? And then we're going to go for our infill. We're going to go to honeycomb. And we're going to leave it at 15%. But this time, I don't think we're going to put any texture on it. I don't think so. I think that's just not going to be a thing. So sparse infill, wall loops, 3, we're fine. We want the walls. We want this all TPU. We want no PLA in that. And then we go over here. We're going to no fuzzy skin. We're just going to leave it okay. And then, because we really want that fuzzy skin, like we do, but we're not going to do that. So then we come in here. We're going to go in here. We're going to check out our frequency. There's the infill, 10%. We're not worried about the center hub. Quality, we're going to leave it alone. The only thing we're going to make sure is that everything is fine there. We're going to leave the speeds alone. I think what we need to do is I think we need to slow down the PETG. I'm not sure. I think so. Let's go over here. Let's look at speed. Nope, that's strength, quality, speed. We're going to go down to 60 on this one, although it was fine. So I don't know what's going on. We're going to go 140, enter, and then slow down for overhangs, interface, because I don't think that's the problem. I'm going to go purge the machine out, but we're going to slice this again, and we'll slice, and you'll see here that it hollows everything out, because again, our goal here is to minimize weight. We want our tires to weigh next to nothing, but still carry us to a fight. So we're going to come here. We're on right extruder. Yeah, we do have a little bit of warpage for some reason, but it's okay. It's resolving out. The model is printing nicely. Yeah, it's nicely. And again, you know, we're gonna have a transparency on this because it's a transparent PETG. So we'll do that. And then you see there, something is wrong. Oh no, it's okay. This overhang here is not the best. It might cause problems. I'm not sure. I'm not sure we should worry about it though. Honestly, I think we should just do the thing. So then we're going to export G-code. I think it has something to do with the slicer. I'll be honest. I think there's something weird going on with the slicer. But we did change our hubs assembly, so we have everything in pockets. And then we're just going to export it and run it. That's what we're going to do. And then we'll go over here. We're just waiting for the machine to heat up. I'm going to go get my bag for my stuff. I still have to pack my luggage. So I don't know. I think the shortage is not going to come. I think the shortage will become on models and not on textiles. But you never know, right? You never know. Because I think it's got enough room. The only thing we're short on is maker chips, which I think we should do. But I need a 2-color because I want to do some maker chips on the machine. So take this. If we can sort of get these all to fit nicely. we'll put them in there. I'm starting to, I guess I should start planning to pack. That'll be something we should probably do. So we're there for a minute. So let's take this. Sorry, everybody. I chase whatever thoughts come into my head. You know, not the intrusive ones, but all the other ones. We sort of chase whatever we're doing, right? So, and I don't know about locking your luggage because I'm pretty sure they just unlock your luggage with a pry bar or with bolt cutters. But we'll see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we need these ones. Yeah, it looks like it's okay so far. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be room. Might be a tight fit, but there'll be room for all the maker chips and everything. It looks like okay. And that's not counting anything in my backpack. So the honeybees or the worker bees have to be done. Those will be done. Then maker chips is the only other thing that's left, I guess, to catch up on the amount we need. And how many? I'm doing 3 jars, right? Did I say 3 jars? I said 3 jars. I said I'd bring 3, right?
Sounds right.
Well, hello, Swift. Nice to meet you. My name's Maker Millwright. This is the Free Heathen Workshop. And, yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm a 3D designer and 3D printer. We're making stuff and doing things, and we're trying to get prepped for an event. Yeah, so I have to do another bunch of those. This one's done, so this one, these are the 3. You know, 2 color, right? So I will be at Sanjay Mortimer Rep Rap Festival, which takes place in Manchester. Yeah, I think we want the red one, so we'll do a purple lid. This is bad science, I know. Yeah, Sanjay Mortimer Rep Rap Festival, and I will be at Midwest Rep Rap Festival this year in June. That one doesn't really matter so much, but we'll get there when. Hello?
Are you going to be wearing a Manchester United shirt when you're in Manchester?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not really a sports guy.
So you can blend right in.
Like I say, I'm not much of a sports guy, so I know that like they're really big on their football over there. So I'm not looking to stir anything up or cause chaos that way. I've seen how things get all worn out and upset. There's some wildness in the news all the time, so there's our bow tie. And
I used to be big into sports, but I got out of it.
If you like sports, more power to you. It just doesn't. Millionaires crying about how much money they make. I just have my opinions on sports. I like sports. I like lower end, I guess you could say, sports. I prefer them because I feel like the athletes are there for the love of the game and they're doing their best instead of protecting themselves and worrying about what tomorrow brings. They work as hard as they can, and I think that's pretty great if you ask me.
We have football here, but it's not football, it's rugby.
Yeah,
we call it football.
No, rugby is rugby and footy is footy and football is soccer. I've been to Oz. Yeah, I know the difference. I've been there. I know the difference.
I used to be a big time rugby fan, rugby league fan of a side called Manly.
Sure.
Like I'm a big time, and Yeah, for many years, but I just took it too seriously and started to affect me mentally, and in the end, I decided to stop following it altogether, to stop following sports altogether.
Yeah, that's sort of how things end up. It's I used to be a big hockey guy. I used to be really in the Vancouver Canucks, but the truth is, it just watching and listening to people complain about their future when they are making more money than any normal person could ask. Are we on version 1.2? What version is this? Is it 1.3? So we haven't loaded it over yet. Okay, let me do that.
I remember once, I think it was one particular year, Manly was in the grand final and they lost. And I literally went apeshit for the next few days. Like, I was
Language.
screaming. Was that?
Language.
Okay. I went
Yeah,
crazy for the
Manchester,
next...
England. Yeah, I like to say I'm a tech designer and stuff. You can see all my links. But yeah, I'll be at Manchester, England for the 7th and 8th, I believe. Yeah, 7 and 8th, and we'll be there trying to meet up with other creatives and makers. I think we're doing on the 6th. I think we're doing a dinner. And we're just going to try and meet people and work on stuff and chat people up, you know? It's making stuff and doing things is kind of like my whole goal in life, so. Version, this is, yeah, so it is. It's hub. Oh, I want to name this. So this is not hub, this is wheel set. Wheel set version, so it has, yeah, so it did, so it's going to be version, what is this, version 1.3, 1.3. And then it's about an hour and a half. I don't know if we'll still be on by then, so you guys might have to wait till Friday to see this over on Twitch. But yeah, our goal is to sort of spread the creative process and show there's differences, different makers, different popularities, different things like that. And yeah, do things and enjoy stuff. It's I'm very grateful for the opportunities that 3D printing and CNC in general have given me. So I like to come here and show it. Today we've done a couple of designs. We've looked at a couple of different machines. You know, just stuff and things and stuff. You know. So why is it still coming up as hub? Wheel, there it is. Wheel 1.3. There we go. There we go. Inner.
Yeah. And after those few days when I just was so angry, I broke a few things. After the third or fourth day, I started to do some bit of soul searching for myself. I'm like, what was I doing? What am I doing? And ever since then, I changed my outlook.
You're looking at rich people making lots of money. So again, none of that stuff should ever bother you. It should just be, I enjoy the sport. If I don't like the sport, I just turn the TV off. But again, it's not my place to tell you how to live your life or how to enjoy your sport, but I don't care. They make more money than I will ever see in my lifetime in a single year, so yeah, it's pretty exciting. So this is indeed, this is my main job. I stream 5 days a week. I'm on Twitch 4 days a week. And you say, well, why Twitch? The community enjoys the buttons. We have a lot of buttons and prompts and giveaways and stuff we do over on Twitch. I'm still trying to break here into YouTube. We're pretty small here on YouTube, but I have something in the neighborhood of 3,000 digital designs that you can download and print. I'm still looking for a repository for my CNC milling stuff, because there's not a lot of people who are doing CNC milling, but that's something else I do. And yeah, we try to grow and have more people involved. But this is my main job. I do it full time. Probably I'm on anywhere from 120 to 160 hours a month. So, and then same old same. Just trying to have fun.
CNC milling.
Yes, that's what I do.
Let me look that up. Is that related to 3D printing, or it's a different thing altogether?
It's CNC. Like 3D printing is just CNC extrusion. So CNC milling is just using, instead of extrusion, your stock removal technique is what you're using. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, we do our best to try and grow and show something new to the world. And let me, you know, like you can Google me. All the links are in the chat box down below. But you can go and check out all my work. I do custom orders. I do custom designs. You know, it's a career path, right? And I love doing it. I'm really proud of all the work I do. So this is us over on Maker World. My main repository is here over on Thangs. And we got a bow tie. We got some new juggos for showing off maker chips, and we do miniatures as well. And I make stuff and I do things. And don't feel bad if you can't find the bottom, because I break a lot of the websites I host to. So I make a lot of stuff. Yeah, purple. I don't like this purple. It's too bright. I do like this orange though. Do we do purple and orange for the build? And then we got, what's the TPU? We were looking at the TPU, weren't we? Yeah, and I use TPU 90. Yeah, very limited on the colors with the TPU 90. But I like the clear. I want to do clear wheels, ideally. That'd be cool. And you know, I'm doing BattleBot wheels right now on one of my machines. The other machine, I'm making a little vase.
Did you know that TPUs come with different shore hardness ratings, and these will tell you how soft your print ends up being? There is a shore hardness rating, and the lower the number you go, the softer the material is. Polymaker currently offers 3 different TPU options. We have TPU 90A, TPU 95A, and TPU 95HF. We already covered TPU 95HF in a previous video.
You know that
stands for high flow, so
that
this is meant to print at
that
fast
resin filament, the resin FDM hybrid you're talking about.
If you've ever tried to print a shore hardness of something like 80A, then you know that can be very difficult to print even at speeds that slow.
Yeah, I'm watching a video.
Along with needing to print slower, the softer the shore hardness rating, the more that we would recommend using a direct extruder instead of a Bowden setup. Very soft material has a lot of difficulty traveling long distances from your extruder to your hot end, and you're likely going to end up with issues if you try to print a soft TPU with a Bowden extruder. So you can see here's our TPU 90, and
what he means to say is you want to use a direct drive. If you're on long Bowden, what happens is the TPU will stretch. So things like the see-through CNC extruder is available. It traps the filament so it has nowhere to flex and escape to. Sorry, what was that, Gundam? What were you asking me?
The bamboo that they're working on, the FDM resin hybrid.
I don't know if bamboo is doing that, but sure.
Will that have the same drawbacks of resin? You need ventilated, or you can use it anywhere?
It will be from what I've seen, it'll be a ventilated product for sure. Anytime you have that flash catalyst, you're going to end up with requiring ventilation. It just when you're combining materials, you're always going to do it. But again, like FDM printing should be ventilated, especially on some of the higher end products like ABS, ASA, and nylon, because they do off gas as being processed. Yeah.
I told my brother that he needed to kick the FDM wasn't, that those FDMs weren't good in the house.
No, they're fine in the house. They're fine. It just depends on what product you're using, and it's just recommended air ventilation. This is 6 volume, I think, 6 volume per hour. So 6 times the volume of your room should be ventilated. They do off gas and they do produce a lot of dust. Yeah, for sure. But FDM is very stable and safe. Yes.
No, he was using ABS.
Yeah, you should ventilate. ABS, if you can smell the product, is generally not a good thing. It's just...
Yeah, he had it he had it upstairs in the living room. He had like four printers. I told him, look, it's not a good idea. It's because it's FDM. It's not like resin. It doesn't matter. ABS is still off gases. In the end, I managed to persuade him to get them all out of the house, and now he has them in like a store. And now he has them in like a storeroom shed.
Like I live in my live workspace, so like I said, I do have ventilation in here. I don't think it's all that dangerous. It's overexposure to any product will give you problems. It's just a known fact. So it all depends on what you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
ABS, nylon, and ASA do off gas, and I do recommend you run them in an enclosed system. It's not a huge amount of off gas, but if you can smell it, that's not a good sign. And you can smell ABS. Even the low odor ABS produced by Polymaker, you can smell it. It just smells. It has that. It has that, right? So it is. I'm very honest about it. So uh, be safe. You only got one life to live, and the only person that's going to take care of you is you. So, you know, it's again, I print ABS on my J1, which is a fully enclosed machine. So it's one of those things where you've got to be aware, right, of what it is. And if you're not aware of what it is, then that's mostly a you issue, right? It's you've got to be aware of what you're playing with, right? You've got to be aware of the safety procedures required. Um, there's not It's not crazy hard to take the time and learn. It's when you choose not to learn that you end up with problems, for sure.
You want to hear what I done a few years ago?
Sure.
A bit of an experience. I went to start up my fireplace, but we didn't have any like fire starters. So I was throwing methylated spirits into the fireplace.
Spirits
And
typically won't light wood. They're too flash
what's that?
burning. Spirits typically won't light wood because they're too flash burning. They burn off too quickly.
Yeah. So I threw the match, but the match backfired and he hit the bottle. I was still holding methylated spirits bottle, and I was holding the bottle and it flashed bang and literally my clothes my clothes went on fire.
Yep.
So I was running outside to jump in the pool. But guess what?
Alcohol burns underwater.
The pool was empty at that time.
Ouch.
So I was like, oh, this ain't good. So I ran. So I literally took my clothes out. I was running around the garden in my underwear, got a hose, drenched myself. That was fun. I got second-degree burns on my hands.
Yeah, that'll do it. Don't play with fire, man.
I was lucky that my jumper and pants were thick. They weren't just thin clothes; they were thick. So they managed to take the fire before they went into my skin. So yeah, I just got away with second-degree burns on my hands.
Very lucky. Yeah,
Yeah.
don't play with fire. It's bad for you.
But I was going in the burns because we have a burns ward here in Sydney, in North Sydney, and for like 2 months I was going back and forth. I was treating my hands like they covered them up. I was like a mummy. I looked like a mummy with all the bandages. And I saw some things at that hospital. Oof! I saw one guy. He
We're
was
live on
burned in
YouTube,
like.
so
Oh
please,
yeah.
we're not running a private DM today. We're live on YouTube, so please.
Yeah.
We'll catch up on this story later, Gundam. I'm gonna kick us over, and we're gonna watch some Lair X Lair with Maker Viking. So yeah, everybody. So what I'm doing is we're gonna do some streamception here, and I want to show you what's going on here. So we're gonna hide this Snapmaker build, and here we go. So you can see here, this of course is the amazing, the wonderful Maker Viking. This is Corey, and this is Steve, Lair X Lair, and Moji3D. I love these guys.
I did have that, and it was a good printer. I never had any issues with it. They made good machines. I think they had.
Okay.
I think that TiVo got lumped in with like some other printers that had bad names. Oh yeah. People thought it was them. And they just never kind of took off.
What's you have a YouTube channel so I can see the video you're watching?
Yep. It's free Heathen.
What's your? Okay.
So you said 2018 was
All right, guys. So yeah, I think you guys should go check this out. This is actually really cool. I'm gonna send this over to you guys on YouTube. I'm gonna have to watch that later. But yeah, check that out. We'll probably put that in the. I guess we won't have the clip for that, but yeah, we'll check that out. So right now we're processing TPU, we're processing PETG, and we're running a. Oh man, it is just this. This is not being my friend today. I don't know what the problem is over here. It does not want to run the TPU today. Too much back tension on the TPU, maybe? I don't know. It's quite the pull. Like, it's one of the things that I always say is like the big issues with the Artisan is that they haven't come out with a really great way to have material run on it. It sort of needs its own like standalone process. We're gonna load that to the top of the machine and see what it does. It shouldn't be a major issue. It looks like we're loaded. I did do the purging. Thank you very much for the follow. All right. Well, I guess that's where we're at. Because the only other thing now is like, oh, it's dark in here, boy. The only other thing we could do is maybe play some video games. So I think we'll call the stream there. We'll go back to what we were working on. You can see here that we worked on the new tire today. We did a new vase today. It's looking a little weird. We'll have to print it and see how it looks. We're trying, for some reason, this TPU just does not want to cycle. And I don't know what it deal was. We had it, it was fine, and now it's being weird. I don't know what's going on. I did a purge of it, so we cycled out the purge, and yeah. So I'm gonna try and get that to run. I'm gonna try and get those wheels to run. We're currently running some Built Over Bot. Let me show you Built Over Bot. Built Over Bot is an amazing designer. It's a couple, and they make fidgets. And very, very good builder. And we're actually running, because Manchester is the worker bee, that's their logo, we're actually printing some to bring with us when we go over there. Hopefully my luggage isn't too full, and hopefully I can bring everything I want to. So you got wasps, but there's actually cute little bees. So running bees. We're not running the keychain version. BuilderBot is awesome. I love him very much. So we're doing these. We're doing the non-magnetic because I have no magnets. But yeah, so that's very, very excellent. We just did these. I'm not a member, so I couldn't send it, but it actually is. Where did I put it? I don't know where I put it. Where did I put it? Where did I put the thing? Where'd you do the thing, Maker? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? I don't know where I put the cup holder. Anyway, so we printed one of these in dual color. There's some photos on the Discord. But yeah, so we've been running for 5.5 today, and I think we're pretty good there. I think we've worked our way through a lot of this. We're running TPU 90. That's what we're running, and then we were talking about Baby Belt, and then we just watched some Rob Mink. So again, take care of yourselves, everybody. I'm gonna go because I think we're kind of at that point where I'm at a standstill. I am back Friday for Fantastic Friday over on Fantastic Friday over on Twitch. So we're back for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So I hope you all had a great day. I know it was very fun. Remember the secret code word. If you don't know where it is, you're gonna have to go back and watch the VOD. But write the secret code word down in the comments. And the other thing I wanted to say was, yeah, before I go, there's 3 things I need to ask of you, of course. 1, I need you to keep your chin up. You can't see the world if you're staring at your feet. 2, I need you to protect your neck. I don't want you to lose your head. And 3, most importantly, just build, build, build. remember, you are loved and you matter. Please take care of yourselves, everyone. Enjoy this outro by Solar 3DP, and have an excellent evening. Thank you for watching, and I will see you guys Friday on Twitch.
Well, that's it. I really hope you enjoyed it. We had a ball making it. Thank you very